Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I am your co-host for today, Dr. John DeLynn, and as always, as of recent, we are so thrilled to have with us in studio, Kara Burrell. Hey, Kara, welcome back.
Hey, John.
It's good to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We are in store for a treat today. I'm just going to tell you, this is a name, Kara, that you and I think our listening audience should all know, but I'm guessing there are some people who don't know this guest. Our guest for today is sort of epic historian Newell Bringhurst. Hey, Newell.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope we can have a good, productive dialogue discussion.
I think we will. So for those who have no idea who Newell is, Newell has been engaged in Mormon history and Mormon studies for multiple decades. He is the author of several books. There's a new biography coming out on Harold B. Lee. He's done a biography on Brigham Young. He has done several books on African Americans or blacks in the church. And his academic and his historical credentials are long. What was your first book, Newell?
Saints, Slaves, and Blacks, which was published in 1981. It was derivative out of my doctoral dissertation that I did as a graduate student at the University of California, Davis.
UC Davis, yeah. And I met Newell, probably in 2000, I would say 2005, 2006, at, some of my first Sunstones, and Newell has been attending Sunstone for many, many years as well. I was reminded of Newell's great work in my recent interactions with historian Matt Harris, because Matt collaborated with you on that book about the Gospel Topics essays. Is that right, Newell?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And also you collaborated with Darren Smith on another book about blacks in the priesthood, if I'm remembering
yes,
that right.
We looked at what had happened within the church subsequent to the 1978 revelation. It's actually an anthology. We had recruited a number of eminent scholars and experts in the field, including the late, great Armin Moss, and even it was a variety of people that we had recruited for that volume, and it was a wonderful collaborative effort. It gave me a chance to not only work with Darren Smith, but to get to know him and to get to know his story, because I had never had that much interaction with actual blacks, especially blacks who had joined the church, and so it was a wonderful experience in working with Darren.
I love it. So that should give you a sense for Newell's CV. How many books in total, Newell?
Well, I have actually authored alone or in collaborative with other people 8 books, a total of 13, 14 books. A number of the other books are anthologies that collected essays and edited works. Yeah. But as far as authoring, it'd be about. It's funny how I can't remember the exact number, but it's around 7
That's
or 8
awesome.
books that I've
awesome.
actually written completely.
That's so great. Well, today we are focusing on one of Newell's many books, and the book is entitled Fawn Brodie, A Biographer's Life by Newell Bringhurst. It was published in 1999 by the University of Oklahoma Press. And, Newell is 79, and there are a lot of episodes that we need to do with Newell. But I'm cherry picking the one that I want to do first, because I believe that there's probably no historian that has had a more significant impact on not just Mormon history, but also on the Mormon Church than Fawn Brodie. Fawn Brodie was Mormon prophet David O. McKay's niece. She was a woman seeking to do history back in the days when there weren't a lot of women doing history. And she wrote, in my opinion, what is possibly the definitive biography on Joseph Smith. Now, of course, Dan Vogel has written an amazing biography. Of course, Richard Bushman has written Rough Stone Rolling. And, biographies are going to continue, but I just don't think it's probably the most important book ever written in Mormon history. Now, Newell, would you agree with that or would you disagree with that?
Well, I would certainly agree that it is among the most important books. I mean, there are other studies that, like Leonard Arrington's Great Basin Kingdom, which would be a seminal book, and Juanita Brooks's book on the Mount Meadow Massacre. But if you were to include it in the top rung, Fawn Brodie's No Man Knows My History is an extremely definitive work. And I would certainly agree with you that it still remains among the most important books. It has never gone out of print since its initial publication back in 1945, and that's pretty phenomenal when you consider a book has stayed in print for the span of my lifetime, over 75 years. The book has never gone out of print.
Yeah, and the fact that Fawn Brodie wrote that book as David O. McKay's niece, but as a woman in the 40s. And if you think about, take your pick, Mormon Think or CES Letter or Letter from My Wife or the whole Mormon Stories catalog, whatever, aggregation you want to make of sort of the most important historical elements that would allow you to understand the life of Joseph Smith and what happened in those early years of the church, 80+% can be found in No Man Knows My History. So she's talking about the treasure digging. She's talking about the stone in the hat. She's talking about the polygamy, the polyandry. She's talking about the Kirtland Bank scandal. She's talking about issues with, the priesthood restoration, the three witnesses, the first vision. Like, take any of the issues that cause Mormons to look at Joseph Smith's story with a little bit more scrutiny. She's covering all that in her book back in 1945. And so we today are going to just have Newell talk to us about the life of Fawn Brodie, what her life was before she wrote the book, what her experiences were writing the book, what the reactions were to the book. And I don't want to, spoil the story, but of course she was excommunicated for writing the book. And then she went on to have a really significant career as a historian at UCLA, I believe, including uncovering before there was genetic evidence that Sally Hemings, Thomas Jefferson's slave, fathered children with Thomas Jefferson. And she did that just through the collection of historical documents. I think she also did a biography on Richard Nixon. So, I mean, she's just, she's a legend. You're a legend, Newell, and Fawn Brodie's a legend. So I'm just giddy today on Mormon Stories podcast.
Yes, I would say that you have covered her, not only her career as a historian of Mormon history, who had a seminal effect, but as a historian generally, particularly with the Thomas Jefferson book. That really put her on the map. The Thomas Jefferson biography really put her on the map as a historian of national renown. I mean, she appeared on network television, and NBC was even projecting a mini-series based on her Thomas Jefferson book back in the 70s, a project that never quite got off the ground for various reasons, but they were willing to put up thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this mini-series. And as the fact it never got off the ground was the controversy that she had created with the Sally Hemings, Thomas Jefferson relationship. The Jefferson establishment at Monticello refused to allow them access to use that as a setting for the miniseries, and so it dissipated. It never happened, but that gives you a sense of her national renown. I mean, that she not only created a lot of waves within the Mormon establishment with No Man Knows My History, but created equally turbulence within the so-called Jefferson establishment, who said, why would this awful woman write this speculative book about about Thomas Jefferson, and they refused to acknowledge the fact that Thomas Jefferson had indeed fathered children through his black slave mistress. And so her Thomas Jefferson biography is still considered among the most significant books on our third president.
Yeah. Yep. So she's kind of a sacred cow slayer a little bit. And so let's jump in. And one of the things that I think is probably just worth mentioning off the top is also that she received a lot of adversity, kind of animosity by Mormon apologists for writing her book on Joseph Smith, and by, U.S. historians for criticizing Thomas Jefferson. So I hopefully we can get into that as well. Maybe even Hugh Nibley's response to Fawn Brodie, which was called "No, ma'am, that's not history." So we'll get into all that. I really want to focus on kind of sticking with the timeline if we can, Newell. So how do we want to start talking about Fawn Brodie's life?
Well, I would start from her youth and just what shaped her character. And that is one of the things I really tried to do in my biography of a biographer. And she grew up in Huntsville, Utah, the same town that David O. McKay, the much beloved Mormon president.
And that's by like Ogden and Eden, right?
Yeah, it's up Ogden Canyon. You go up Ogden Canyon. I don't know if you've ever been to the old McKay home. It's kind of a local shrine, a local tourist attraction in Huntsville. Yeah. And it's ironic, I find it very ironic, that one of the most beloved Mormon leaders, people within Mormonism, David O. McKay, and Fawn Brodie were born and grew up in the same four walls in the same home. Same exact home in Huntsville, the old Huntsville homestead. And it's still there. I guess the family, I think, still owns it, the McKay family, and they do conduct tours. Anybody who's interested in visiting that home, it's significant in and of itself as a tourist site. The home of both David O. McKay and Fawn Brodie.
I love it.
And I the juxtaposition, I found that most arresting.
Sure.
And anyway, she was born to the younger brother of David O. McKay, Thomas E. McKay, who himself became a general authority. He was ordained as an assistant to the 12 in 1942. And because
3 years before her book was published.
3 years before her book was published.
Whoa.
Right.
Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but that's cool.
But anyway, she grew up. She describes her childhood as an idyllic childhood. She even reminisced about this in a very compelling reminiscence. And she grew up in this home. It was. They lived in what she described as genteel poverty. They had this big home, and it was actually a home that was shared with the rest of the McKay family, because after David O. McKay came of age, and then Thomas McKay raised his family in that home, David O. McKay, had moved on to Salt Lake by that time, and or down into Ogden. But anyway. She grew up in this home, and along with her siblings, she had a brother, Thomas McKay, named after his father, and three sisters, one older sister, Flora. They always referred to him. I mean, that's interesting. They named them Fawn and Flora. Fawn, her older sister was Flora, and she came along, and so they always, they kind of joked about that we're Fauna and Flora. And anyway, she had two younger sisters, Barbara and Louise, who came along later, and Thomas, her brother, was also came along later, a little bit younger than Fawn. So Fawn was the second child in a family of 5 children, and it was kind of a hardscrabble childhood, even though they lived in this big, spacious home. I mean, the home itself, it looks like they would have prosperity, but as I say, it was genteel poverty, and so they they lived in less than ideal circumstances financially, and whereas the rest of her aunts and uncles, she had her David O. There was David O. McKay, of course, who became the celebrity in the family by the fact that he was ordained an apostle and when he was very young. And he was looked at as the kind of the celebrity, but there were the four aunts. She had four aunts who were very strong-willed individuals who. So the house was not actually owned by Thomas McKay. It was actually owned by the family jointly, and Thomas McKay and his family were the occupants of the house and expected to keep it up and try to provide as well as they could with the farmland that they farmed out there. But it was actually controlled by what was called the McKay Family Corporation. So she never really, the family never felt like they really had a home of their own. And I think that affected how Fawn viewed her family, how she viewed just her situation.
Okay. What can you tell us about when she's growing up? What can you tell us kind of about her faith?
Well, she was...
And to what extent... I guess there's a couple questions there. What was her faith like growing up? What would she have known or learned about Joseph Smith just growing up as a Mormon, I'm guessing in the 20s and 30s, in a place like Ogden? And then what would have led to her wanting to study Joseph Smith more in depth?
Well, it's a long story, but anyway, when she was growing up, she was very strong, believing Latter-day Saint. I mean, that was one of the things that surprised me. I mean, she, from her childhood all the way into her adolescence, she was a strong, faithful, believing Latter-day Saint. In interviewing family members, as I put together the biography, I was able to interview all of Fawn's siblings, and without a doubt, the consensus was that she was the strongest, most faithful, most believing Latter-day Saint.
It's always the ones that care most who end up, it's often the ones who care most about the church and about their faith that want to know the real history, because if it's true and if it's real, then you want to know everything you can about it. So that actually fits the profile of many of the listeners to Mormon Stories podcast, honestly.
Yeah, and the other things that shaped her character, besides, growing up in a very devout family, of course, Thomas McKay himself was very strong and unwavering in his religious beliefs, as was the younger brother.
Right.
And but it's interesting, there was a little bit of cognitive dissonance because her mother, who was also named Fawn Brodie, was less of a believer. I mean, her father, she comes out of kind of Mormon royalty because her grandfather was George Brodie, who was president of Brigham Young University. And that was kind of an interesting thing. And George Brodie was kind of he was an academic. He was more open-minded and got into a little bit of trouble as president of Brigham Young. And ultimately, he committed suicide. He I guess had problems with depression and he had some health problems which led to his suicide. And that was, of course, a shattering experience for Fawn and the rest of the family. And likewise, Fawn's mother had strong, she had issues with depression, and she ultimately killed herself. And so there was a history of suicide within the family.
So, as you said, George Brodie?
George Brodie.
So George Brodie was president of Brigham Young University.
Yes.
Fawn Brodie's dad.
Fawn Brodie's grandfather.
Grandfather. Yeah. And he died by suicide.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how old Fawn Brodie was when
she was a teenager.
Fawn?
Yeah, she would have, let me see, she would have been, she would have been a teenager by that time.
So Fawn Brodie was a teenager when her mom died by suicide?
That was later. That was when she was an adult. That came
Okay,
later.
so Fawn was a teenager when her grandfather died by suicide.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Well, that's
So there was a history of depression and suicide within the Brodie family, and so Fawn herself dealt with issues of depression throughout her life. She went through she actually went through psychoanalysis later in life, dealing with her problems of depression and other issues. So she was, at the same time, she was extremely brilliant. She was a precocious child. I mean, she entered college when she was still in her teenage years. She went to school. She was actually enrolled with her older sister, Flora, who was 2 years older. When she was only 4 or 5 years old, she started first grade, and so by the time she got into college, she was still in her early to mid-teens when she started when she started high school, and then college when she was she finished her master's degree when she was 20 years old. She had completed a master's degree.
Was that from the University of Chicago?
That was at the University of Chicago the same year she was married, 1936. She had finished. So she was an extremely bright, precocious child, and she was made. The family was very much aware of her. They showed her off with her precocity, with her. She'd get up and recite poetry, and at the same time, though, she was a very obedient child. She says, I was a model child growing up, because there were all these rumors that she was a difficult child, and that she was always rebellious, when No Man Knows My History came out. And here she was a model, obedient child and a strong, believing Latter-day Saint, all the way up through her early teenage years, up until she, was through almost all of her teenage years.
Got it. Do you have a sense for, let's just say she went to the equivalent of seminary or Sunday school during her time period? Again, we're talking the 20s and 30s, I'm guessing. What would the average Utah Mormon have learned about Joseph Smith? Think about all the things that now are in the Gospel Topics essays, all the controversies, all the things that cause people to question. Part of me thinks that all of that would have been hidden from someone in the 20s and 30s. But there's another part of me that thinks they would have known all that, and that it's been buried since kind of Herobelian correlation comes out in the 60s and 70s. And so what would Fawn Brodie have known about Joseph Smith and his problematic history before doing any of her research? What would her impressions likely have been?
She would have known nothing about polygamy. In fact, she says the first time she found out or heard that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy was when they were on an Eastern tour. When she was involved in debate when she was at Weber College, which at that time was a church junior college. I mean, her first college education, first 2 years of college, were at Weber Junior College, which was a church-run college run by the church. And so she was, exposed in her classes to Joseph Smith, but they didn't bring up the topic of his polygamy, of course. I mean, that was being really not brought forth.
Okay. So let me just mention a couple things. So like the treasure digging and the stone in the hat, would she have learned that up through high school? Yes, sir. I mean, we'll just do a...
No.
She wouldn't have known about that.
Yeah. She wouldn't have learned about the treasure hunting. She would have learned about...
She would not have learned
She would not have learned. She would have learned about him, the standard story about the first vision and the subsequent bringing forth of the golden plates. She would have learned about the miraculous aspects of the Joseph Smith story.
So she would have known about the multiple versions of the first vision.
No, that came much later.
Okay. And would she have... so I mean, it sounds like she would have gotten a really correlated, whitewashed, kind of Joseph Fielding Smith version of Mormon history. Is that fair to say?
That was being taught throughout the church. I mean, it was being taught in the church when I was growing up as a Latter-day Saint in the 50s. I mean, even after No Man Knows My History came out, you just didn't talk about that book or that woman.
Right. What about Joseph Smith being a Mason and getting the temple ceremony from the Masons? Would she have?
None of that.
She wouldn't have known any of that. Okay.
That,
so she would have grown up with the correlated, whitewashed Joseph Fielding Smith version of Mormon history.
Yeah, she would have grown up with the what was being taught and authorized at that time, and it was interesting because the first time she heard indications that Joseph Smith had practiced polygamy was, I said, on when they went on a debate tour,
right.
and they stopped off in Independence, and it was brought up by a member of what was then the RLDS, Community of Christ, and confronted Fawn with with what do you think of the idea that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy? And she said she was flummoxed. She said, "What? I'd never heard that." It was just like kind of a slap in the face. It was sort of like with my own story. I never heard about the church practicing polygamy until I got into junior high. I mean, I grew up in a similar small town as Fawn Brodie, and going to Sunday school, going to church. They never talked about Joseph Smith's polygamy.
So, sticking with the timeline, let's do middle school and high school first. Is there anything that would have established cracks in her testimony up through high school before?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So up through high school, graduating high school, she was a faithful Orthodox Latter-day Saint whose grandpa had died by suicide, who experienced some depression, but really only had a whitewashed correlated version understanding of Mormon history.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much what was being taught within the church. Yeah.
So when did her testimony start? When did she start becoming curious? And if it's this debate thing, if that's the introduction, if you don't mind, start into when she would have started developing curiosity about the actual history of Joseph Smith, and or starting to question her Orthodox traditional faith.
Well, it probably started a little bit at the University of Utah.
That's her undergraduate.
That was her last 2 years. She went her first 2 years at Weber College.
Okay, that's where she debated.
That's where she debated and was still a faithful practicing Latter. So all of this came gradually, as I state. It didn't all of a sudden she becomes disillusioned, but it was a gradual moving away, and it took place in an incremental way. It didn't happen all at once.
Okay, so it sounds like you took us right to the point in the timeline. So she goes to Weber, she starts doing debate, and she starts learning about that Joseph Smith was a polygamist from the RLDS Church, which is now the Community of Christ.
Rumors. She looks at it as she's still skeptical. She says, "Gosh, maybe they're just trying to defame, or they're she's kind of confused and puzzled by this." But she gets to the University of Utah, and she
really quickly. How weird would it have been for a woman to be debating, let's just say in the 30s at Weber State? Would that have been normal, or would she, like you mentioned, she was precocious? How remarkable was that a woman was debating at Weber State in the 30s?
Well, I guess not all that much, because they had other women, and it's interesting how that they didn't really discriminate against her as a woman, and because she was so bright, I mean, it was logical that she would be one of their star debaters. I mean, that was not that abnormal, but I mean, so I think she was not considered as that unusual. And then she gets to the University of Utah, and she no longer is that interested in debate, because she comes to the conclusion that, debating is kind of an artificial thing where you have to be able to prepare to take both sides of an argument. And I think she kind of, tires of debate by the time she gets to the University of Utah. And her exposure to a more skeptical, a more questioning environment takes place at the University of Utah, not so much with things Mormon as just broadening her knowledge about larger questions of history and philosophy, and she's exposed to her and her uncle Dean Brimhall, who is her favorite uncle, and he's kind of a skeptic by this time, even though he's the son of George Brimhall, and he actually was for a time a professor of psychology at Brigham Young University, and he, by the time that she gets to the University of Utah, and is close to her uncle and her aunt Lila, who is out of the Eccles family. So they're kind of a little bit of royalty right there, but they're more skeptical. They're more and at that time, it's interesting. She says when she was exposed to Dean Brimhall's skepticism, she says she's still a believing Orthodox Mormon. Says he's a bright guy, he's articulate, but he lacks the convictions of somehow a practicing Mormon. She's still, skeptical, she's still a little bit leery of her uncle. And so she's still pretty much of a faithful, believing Mormon. And reinforced that is she's dating her boyfriend. She has a boyfriend when she's in high school, and the relationship continues in college. Dilworth Jensen, who comes out of a Scandinavian Mormon background, who is actually, interestingly enough, he was the uncle of the guy who was the church historian, Marlin Jensen. Marlin Jensen's uncle.
So Fawn Brodie dated Marlin Jensen's uncle,
and they were serious. They were talking marriage and everything else.
Wow.
And that kept her kind of in the straight and narrow orthodoxy, because he was a strong, believing, practicing Mormon, and went off on a mission, and she writes him and they stay in touch. He's somewhat older than she is. He's 5-6 years older.
Yeah.
And so they have a very strong relationship, and there's kind of an unspoken, they're steady, they're an item.
Yeah.
They're together for a number of years, all through her teenage or early to late teenage years. They are dating each other.
Okay. Really quickly, I know that BYU had kind of a period where too many professors were teaching biology, were teaching evolution. I don't know if that was the 20s or 30s. Was Brimhall her maternal grandfather? Was he president when all that evolution scandal was breaking out?
And he was coming under fire for that, and ultimately he was forced out of his position.
So her grandfather's death by suicide could have been tied to him being forced out of BYU over evolution
I'm sure that he was depressed, but he had health problems too. And from what the family has told me when I interviewed him, that it was as much, if not more, due to he's declining in health, and he just didn't want to suffer anymore.
Okay.
So there was that factor.
But also that you mentioned her uncle's disbelief or skepticism.
Yeah, and
that uncle would have also been exposed to the evolution scandals at BYU, and that would have colored his skepticism towards the church too.
And he was a very bright guy, just like her,
So and Kara, I'm just kind of curious. Like I know evolution has been a part of your faith awakening. Kara,
you're right.
You've been kind of, you lost your faith a couple of years ago, but isn't it a tiny bit mind blowing that we know that the Book of Abraham, issue makes the New York Times by 1912. We know that B.H. Roberts stuff hits, as Shannon Caldwell Montes helped us remember, that hits the quorum of the 12 in the first presidency by 1922. And then we've got all these evolution scandals at BYU that then ties to these two Brimhall characters that are then tied to Fawn Brodie. It's like these issues have been in the church for so long, but somehow the memory hole is so powerful. Is it weird to?
Yeah, the memory hole is a good way to put it. Yeah, that is so fascinating. Like you're saying, how long those things have been around, and that just on those bases alone, that should have shaken a lot more things up. But they just slipped down the memory hole, because evolution, that's one thing I can't move past that. I physically couldn't accept a prophet who rejected evolution, and I should have questioned why a lot sooner. So
yeah, and it's just mind blowing that so many people in 2021 are still not knowing the basics about Joseph Smith's history or any of these controversies. It's just always mind-blowing to me to know that these controversies were raging in the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, and somehow still kept from the broad church membership consciousness somehow. But Fawn Brodie was marinating in it, and that probably informs then her journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're excommunicated as well. I feel like all of these conversations that are happening, they usually have at least one or a string of people excommunicated.
Or silenced.
In one way or
fired,
another.
or,
So they're othered by the church. And so the mainstream church doesn't feel comfortable even investigating their ideas.
Yeah.
So they're just they're too icky. They're too othered.
And it's too scary because you'll end up like Brimhall.
Right.
You'll end up like B.H. Roberts. You'll end up marginalized. Anyway, thanks. This is great, Newell. Okay, so she gets exposed. She's dating this Jensen man,
Dilworth Jensen.
She's studying at the U. Is she studying history at the U?
English. Sure.
She's studying English.
Yeah, she ended up getting her degree in English, and so she wasn't trained as a historian. And that's the interesting thing, that she becomes this eminent historian. But number one, she is majoring in English. She gets both a bachelor's and a master's in English.
At the U?
Well, she gets the bachelor's at the U, but she gets her master's at the University of Chicago, and that's a whole nother story.
Okay, so what else should we talk about of her time at the U and her awakening to factual Mormon history that leads to her wanting to write this book?
Well, at the U, she expressed no real interest in studying Joseph Smith or pursuing the idea of Mormon history. I mean, she's still a believing, practicing Latter-day Saint all through her 2 years at the University of Utah, and gets her degree. And she's still dating Dilworth Jensen, and they're still talking about marriage at that point. And he's returned from his mission. He returns from his mission, and at that point, he actually gets his degree from Utah State University, because he ends up doing his work in entomology. He becomes a very successful entomologist, and
is that bugs?
Is
that bugs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Study of insects, right? Yeah. And so he ultimately ends up going to Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, and at that point they're debating where should Fawn go to school, and so there's talk of she's starting to sort of have doubts about her relationship with Dilworth, but not really. She hasn't really articulated. I mean, they've been going together so long. They've been, they've had all these experiences together. And so this is a critical point of her life, is where she's going to go to school. Is she going to accompany Dilworth and go on to Berkeley, to get a master's? She wants to do graduate work. They expect she's going to do graduate work after she gets her bachelor's from the University of Utah, or should he go somewhere else? And in the meanwhile, it's interesting because Dilworth has an older brother who marries Flora. His name is Leslie Jensen, and he's a little bit different than Dilworth. Dilworth is very, very scholarly, very intellectual, whereas Dilworth is kind of a wild character, a little bit of a and anyway. In the meanwhile, at the two sisters, they're double dating two brothers, because Dilworth and the older daughter Flora is going with Leslie, and eventually they elope and get married, and that just really upsets the family, because the family doesn't think much of Leslie. They find him too crude. He's Scandinavian, and there's kind of an ethnic prejudice against, because the McKays are old line English, Scottish families, and there's a tendency to look down on Scandinavians, even Scandinavian Latter-day Saints.
Interesting.
That's one of the subsets in Mormon culture is this kind of ethnicity thing, and he's crude. He's kind of a crude guy, and so when they rush off and elope, this presents a real critical situation, not just for Fawn but the whole family, and Thomas and Mother Fawn. Do we want another Jensen in the family? We've already got Leslie Jensen, and so and that's concurrent with Fawn sort of having doubts whether she wants to spend the rest of her life with Dilworth, and so the McKays have connections with the University of Chicago. At that time, a lot of bright Latter-day Saints are going off to the University of Chicago.
What was that about?
Well, there was a whole thing about Latter-day Saint, bright future leaders, future people that'll have an influence of the church getting educated at the University of Chicago, because it's considered one of the most highly regarded schools at that time, and so Fawn is encouraged to go to the University of Chicago because there's a large Mormon contingent that's already there of these bright, articulate Latter-day Saints that are also going to the University of Chicago during this period.
So as I'm tell me if this is even relevant here, but I'm thinking about the intellectual battle between kind of science and faith, or Orthodox faith, that happens sometime in the mid 20th century. You've got people like Joseph F. Smith, Joseph Fielding Smith, kind of on the one camp, and I'm sure there are lots of others. And then you've got the Talmages and the Woodstows and the Irings, and the people that really value science, along with B.H. Roberts, by the way. And as I understand it, there were strong strains, even at the highest levels of the church, that were saying, no, we've got to embrace science, we've got to embrace academia, and there's a way for intellectualism to be harmonized with faith. And I just wonder if this University of Chicago stuff that's going on in the mid 20th century is tied into that in some way.
Very much so.
Okay.
Very much so. I mean, like you say, there's these two camps, and there's still a lot of openness, and within the church hierarchy, within the 12. There are the more intellectual people like the Widsills and others, I guess Benyon. There's that is part of that. The church is kind of these two countervailing forces at that time that are evident within the hierarchy, and then you have more orthodox, the ones who are haven't received that type of education or training, like the Joseph Fielding Smiths and the people on the other side. And I'd include Harold B. Lee in there, who I just wrote the biography on. But and so Fawn is kind of thrown into that mix, when she gets back to the University of Chicago. And that's when her real disaffection really starts, is once she gets back to the University of Chicago to do graduate work for a degree in English critical literature. What
year she goes to Chicago?
Yeah, she's there from when she's 18. She I guess from the early 1930s. She graduates from University of Chicago in 36, so she goes back there in 34, and she's there for she does her degree work from 34 to 36, and that's when she gets her degree in English literature.
And would that have been unique for a woman to go and get in the mid 1930s? Would it have been unique or odd for a woman to get her, master's degree, especially from a school as reputable and as prestigious as the University of Chicago?
I'm not sure, because that was one thing that I didn't I wasn't able to find what proportion of the student body was female as opposed to male. But I would imagine it was overwhelmingly male, as it was when I went to graduate school and went to even my undergraduate at the University of Utah. I would say it'd be overwhelmingly male. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So it'd be unusual for her as a woman, but she made it through the program, and she's in the meantime she meets and is courted by Bernard Brodie, her future husband, who comes out of a Jewish background. They're not practicing, believing Jews, but he comes out of a Jewish Russian background, and she's swept off her feet by Bernard Brodie. Here's a guy who is so different and so unique from anybody she's ever met, and so they're married after a whirlwind courtship. It's just a matter of weeks from the time that they start courting. It's during her last year of graduate school, and they end up getting married on the same day that she graduates from the University of Chicago, interestingly enough.
Okay, so if her family's struggling with one of her siblings marrying a Scandinavian, I just can't imagine the scandal of her marrying a Jew, right? Because
that was a major thunderstroke.
Yeah, because
I mean, it was really, they were just so upset. The father refused to attend the wedding.
Fawn's father
refused. The only
why? Do you know why?
Well, he was really bothered by the fact that she was marrying this guy. He was
guy?
non-Mormon, and he was Jewish. And I mean, this is the time when there's so much anti-Semitism is pervasive in American society. I mean, this anti-Semitism, it's not until after World War II, and we deal with the impact of the Holocaust that Americans become less anti-Semitic. But anti-Semitism was rampant in American society
and in Utah Mormonism,
and among, I mean, it's sort of ironic because the Latter-day Saints consider themselves, there's always been an ambiguous, counterintuitive relationship between, the way Americans, Mormons view Jews. And because they view them as because Latter-day Saints have this idea we're of the house of Israel, and Jews are of that same thing, but at the same time they're not Christians, and there's that element, and there's just that larger anti-Semitism that is pervasive in American society, and so it's against that backdrop that Fawn Brodie meets and dates. Bernard, and she's just swept off her feet. Whereas Bernard's family, they're not happy that that their son is marrying a Gentile, and so neither one of Bernard's parents, neither his mother nor his father, attend the wedding.
This is a real Romeo and Juliet, like tale as old as time kind of thing.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah, love overcoming all, though.
I mean, they just fell madly in love, and it's interesting because the thing that she also, which I didn't talk about, that affected her during her youth, was her excessive height. I mean, she had a classic beauty. If you look at the pictures of her, she was just stunningly beautiful woman, but she was tall. She was 5'11" in her height, and that was 5'10", and that
I'm
was.
I'm a 5'11", by the way.
Yeah, and that was considered extraordinarily tall, and she was very sensitive about her height, because although her first boyfriend Dilworth was about the same height, she was all through her growing up years. She was always very self-conscious about being tall.
So still more close to Fawn Brodie than I ever have. Not because of the beauty thing, just the height. Just the height.
Okay, so she rocks the family by marrying a Gentile. It's funny because only Mormons.
Jew. Yeah.
Well, I guess it is a Jew, but not a Mormon. I guess I say Gentile in the sense that not a Mormon.
Utah is the only...
Mormons are the only ones that can make Jews Gentiles.
That's right. I wrote a short story dealing with that theme where it deals with this guy who comes out of a Jewish background and he lives briefly in Utah, and he says, Utah is the only place on the face of the earth where a Jew is a Gentile.
Yeah, okay.
Right, that's like not even made up, right?
Yeah, so I'm onto something there. Okay, so she marries a Jew, and a non-Mormon, and that's going to be scandalous to the family.
Very much so.
Yeah. And she doesn't marry in the temple, so she must have just full on lost her. Either she just fell in love at University of Chicago, or she just fully lost her faith, or both.
Well, it was, I say, she, and it was only, I mean, all this time, she gave every indication that she was going to marry Dilworth Jensen. I mean, they corresponded with each other when she was back at the University of Chicago. And as I say, it was a whirlwind romance. It was just a matter of weeks that they knew each other, and then they got married, which was sort of scary in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd only dated for a matter of weeks. And then they got married.
And Bernard, his name was
Bernard, pronounced Bernard.
Bernard.
Yeah.
And do you know Bernard, do you know which state he was from, like growing up as a Jew?
Well, he grew up in Chicago.
Okay.
The family lived in Chicago.
Okay. He was a local Chicago Jew. Yeah, there's a strong, vibrant Jewish community in Chicago. I used to live there. So, so what happens then? And I'm mostly curious, like, what happens to her faith, you know?
Well,
Were you going to say something, Kara?
No, I was just going to say Bernard or Dilworth. I have no way to know who's a better guy. Dilworth, nah. That's not really what I want to be saying. Oh, Dilworth. Oh, sweetie.
I have a cousin named Dilworth Parkinson, and I wonder now. He grew up in the Weber area.
And
he's an Arabic professor at BYU. I'm just wondering if my ancestors or family got that name from.
Well, that came from, I think there was a regarded early pioneer in education in Utah who was named Dilworth. I think that's where the name Dilworth comes from. And
there was a Dilworth Young too, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, right.
Okay. All right. So anyway, she goes with Bernard, not Dilworth.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what happens to her faith, and how does that lead to scholarship?
Well, she starts to, have questions about Joseph Smith. I mean, it's interesting when she first goes back to Chicago, kind of an interesting story, that she's still a believing, practicing Latter-day Saint, and so she has a non-Mormon roommate, and this non-Mormon roommate, she's relating the story of the miraculous of the golden plates and Joseph Smith's translation of them and everything else, relating this story to her roommate, and her roommate says, well, after Joseph Smith translated the gold plates, what happened to the gold plates? And Fawn Brodie says, God took him back up into heaven. And this roommate looks at her, rolls her eyes, and says, come on, you got to be kidding. And at that moment, she, is thinking about it, because she's, very bright, very articulate. And the more she thinks about it,
the wheels start to turn.
Yeah, the wheels start to turn. And so she becomes interested in why, how the Book of Mormon came to be written. And that was her initial foray into Joseph Smith, was how the Book of Mormon came to be produced, how it came to be written. And so she starts, getting a hold of literature and that on, non-Mormons in the University of Chicago Library, which has an extensive collection of materials dealing with not just Mormon history, but all religious history, because it's a leading institution in religious history. And that leads her to Joseph Smith. It leads her to the larger questions. And so after she graduates, with her degree in English, it's very difficult to get a job because we're in the depths of the Great Depression. This is 1936. And ultimately she gets a job as a librarian in the Harper Library, which is at the University of Chicago, and she's kind of a night clerk, and so she's able to grab these books off the shelf and starts reading them, and that's where the genesis for No Man Knows My History comes, is from her reading and curiosity into looking into the life and activities of Joseph Smith. And that's over a period of the following 7 or 8 years, that's how No Man Knows My History comes into being.
So as I'm trying to put myself in her shoes, the problem with trying to write No Man Knows My History is that you don't have access to No Man Knows My History. In other words, the church has spent 100 years whitewashing its history, demeaning and defaming anyone who had ever said anything about Joseph Smith that was not just unkind, but absolutely true, and then sort of advancing a really whitewashed, faithful narrative. And so how would she have found any documents, because she didn't have her own book as a resource?
I mean, she had non-Mormon books that had been written, critical studies.
So like there's Mormonism Unveiled, the Hurlbut affidavits, right?
Various books that had been written that were critical of Mormonism and that were critical of Joseph Smith, and
she also didn't have the Tanners, right? Because they came after.
Yeah, but
right?
there were enough other sources that she was able to get a hold of that that were looking at. I mean, even though they a lot of them were very critical and questioning of Joseph Smith's truth claims. I mean, there was a body of literature out there that she was able to consult, and looking at these various books, it was clear. They looked at Joseph Smith from maybe a psychological point of view. I think it was a well-known psychological study, and I can't remember the title of it right off the top of my head. But she was able to get a hold of non-Mormon studies that had been done on Joseph Smith, and was able to get a hold of various books that had talked about things written by contemporaneous that had been written right around Joseph Smith's lifetime. Things written by William Law and people like that. I mean, there were a lot of John Bennett. I mean, she was able to go back and look at the literature, the literature that had been written at the time of Joseph Smith's life, because he was very controversial in the time that he lived. And so you go back, you can look at the newspapers of the period that were, because by Joseph Smith's death, Mormonism had grown into a pretty visible religious denomination. And so she went back to the contemporary newspapers, the contemporary books that had been written by non-Mormons and by Mormons, so by people who were critical, and so that was the basis of the material that went into No Man Knows My History. I mean, the stuff that she was couldn't get at, of course, were the documents written by Joseph Smith himself and that were buried in the church archives.
Yeah. Okay, so she's studying books written about Joseph Smith during his day by people who knew him. She's studying newspaper articles and as many original sources as she can get a hold of.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And she's starting to piece together kind of the real story. And I can't emphasize enough how, I think about Juanita Brooks just as a mom, whatever decade she was writing the book about the Mountain Meadows Massacre. I'm just saying, one of the most courageous 5 to 10 years in Mormon history is Fawn Brodie at the University of Chicago. It was David O. McKay prophet by the mid-1930s?
Well, he was in the first presidency, because he was elevated, from being an apostle to the first presidency in the early 1930s. So he was moving up in the church.
Yeah, so your dad is in the first presidency of the church. You're a woman. You're at the University of Chicago. You've married a Jew. And then all of a sudden you're going to be the first person that I know of in Mormon history to say that this narrative that I was raised in isn't adding up. It's kind of like Lucy Harris. Wait a minute, this isn't adding up. I'm gonna have the courage and the strength, even though my uncle is in the first presidency, to figure out the real story. And I can't say enough how inspirational just that. If there's one moment in time I could go back to in Mormon history, that might be the time, because I don't know what must have been in her mind to say, I'm going at this, right?
Well,
In the
it
30s.
was
In the 30s as a woman with so many people right now, Kara, think about this. Newell, you too. So many people right now are afraid to like a Facebook post or to friend me, or, because like, oh no, what if I'm associated with John DeLynn? Or what if my family member finds out that I have a question? Like in 2021, now that it's like almost popular to lose your faith, people are still terrified. There are so many of my listeners that are dentists or doctors or lawyers or stay-at-home moms, and they're terrified to even come out to their parents as having lost their faith. Imagine what it's like as a woman in the 30s to like research Joseph Smith and the truth behind it. It's mind-blowing.
Let's start a new Mormon Stories campaign, WWFBD. What would Fawn Brodie do?
Yeah, what would Fawn Brodie do? Like, isn't it a courageous thing?
It's crazy. Yeah,
well,
it's
she was very conscious of how risky it was, because she was very mindful of the impact it would have on her family. I mean, she was a very sensitive, empathetic woman as well. I mean, she really, really agonized. I mean, she just really, it was just very difficult for her. I try to emphasize this in the book, that
she wasn't like giddy, gleeful.
She wasn't at all.
Down.
I mean, it was, for her, it was an agonizing, excruciating experience for her, because she could see what the impact it had on her, particularly her immediate family. Her father had health problems. I mean, he was he was always a frail man, unlike David O., who was kind of robust and always, out there in the farm with the horses and all of that, whereas Thomas had health issues and was always very frail. She was very sensitive to the impact that this would have on her very devout, believing father, whereas her mother tended to be much more supportive of what she was doing when she was researching and writing.
So she had a support.
Her mother had support from her mother, and her sisters tended to be supportive too, whereas the brother was more like the father. It's interesting that the divisions with this family are between male and female in terms of the intensity of Mormon belief or orthodoxy. That became very clear to me when I interviewed members of the family, when I interviewed all of her siblings.
Yeah, and when I think of Fawn Brodie, I think while she was researching, didn't she already have a couple kids at that time as well?
Very much so.
So she was like a working mom.
Yeah, and she very much embraced the role. And I don't mean that with any, I mean that both literally and figuratively, the role of being a mother. She very much wanted to have children, wanted to be a mother, and she was very doting and very, very giving to her children. A lot of people don't realize this. They see this as this awful Brodie woman. She's been demonized. I mean, that's the thing that I found most revealing, was how different the real empathetic, caring Fawn Brodie. She saw her first role as being a mother, and she relished in the role of being a mother. There's a picture in the book of her with her first child, Richard, Dickie, as she called him, and just playing with him. I mean, one of the picture says 1,000 words, and that really showed her caring as a mother. And she was determined to have not just one child. It wasn't like an accidental thing, but went on to have 3 children, and in the process went through 2 miscarriages. And she almost died in the second miscarriage. She says, I want to have children. I want to have children.
Wow, that's incredible.
And Carrie, you bring up such an important point, because obviously Mormonism is such a patriarchy. But if you say, you think about 2 of the most influential historians that we can attribute to kind of helping Mormons wake up in the 21st century, it's Juanita Brooks and it's Fawn Brodie. And both of them did what they did as women in the mid-1900s as moms, right?
That's incredible. And I can't even, like you're saying with like liking a Facebook post, there's so many things that we can barely do. I can barely do as a working mom. And my brain can't even wrap around how she did that.
And there was no internet. It's not like she could just Google, like Journal of Discourses, Google, like, or Evening and Morning Star, Google. She had no internet. So everything she's researching is at libraries, and multiple libraries probably, right?
Yeah, like I get, Cheerios and milk spilled on my computer and she's going through like all of these historic
Original
documents. I just have this image of her just trying to balance being such a doting mother while doing this incredibly difficult work and that takes so much focus and investigation that it literally, my brain can't wrap around.
And she doesn't have a personal computer. So she's doing index cards and pencils, like however she's creating an archive of all her documents that she's researching and studying, all her citations, all the quotes that she wants to use. She's not using a computer.
Yeah, I've always had this view of Fawn Brodie that she's amazing. Yeah. And that's why I was glad to have Newell on today, because I wanted to learn more about just her life generally. And I'm still just in awe. I'm still trying to I'm glad that she was sensitive to her family and she understood the ramifications that were going to happen. She didn't go out giddily. Is giddily a word? I like that we're adding so much context to this, but all I'm seeing is just more and more levels added to the badassery here. Yeah, she's an incredible woman.
She's brilliant. Okay. And courageous. I guess I'm just saying courageous. She must have been wicked smart, like you say, and industrious and committed.
Very committed, very persistent. I mean, that was the other thing. One of the children said that when I interviewed one of her daughter, it might have been a son, said the thing that stood out about my mother was not her extreme intelligence, but her persistence and drive to be anxiously engaged. I mean, to be anxiously engaged in scholarship. That was her whole life, her whole being. Not her whole being, but such a significant segment. Here she's able to balance this role as being a devoted, loving mother and a committed wife, because her husband at the same time was pursuing his career as a leading strategist in nuclear deterrence. And he was with Rand down in the Rand Corporation down in Santa Monica. He was one of their leading strategists. He worked with people like Herman Kahn and Henry Kissinger. They were his colleagues, people that he was of a national stature in and of himself, a highly successful, highly regarded in the field of nuclear strategy and tactics in war. And they even co-authored a book together, dealing with the development of war and weaponry. Fawn Brodie and her husband. I mean, she was very supportive of his career. And he was very supportive of her career. So he was a highly successful professional person. He had a PhD in international relations from the University of Chicago. She never got a PhD, but he did. He went on and he ultimately, after leaving Rand, he became a professor of political science at UCLA, the same time that Fawn was there.
Right. Okay, so she is a stay-at-home mom, and she's writing this book on Joseph Smith courageously. So tell us about the writing of the book. And I do get a sense that at some point she has access to LDS Church archives in Salt Lake City, at least in part through her connections with her uncle, David O. McKay. Is that true or not true?
Well, she was granted access. It was... but it was a very contentious thing, because she wanted to look at a particular diary that Joseph Smith had written, one of the early diaries, and she understood it was in the archives. And she actually went through a very tortured interview with Joseph Fielding Smith.
She did?
Yeah, she met Joseph Fielding Smith, and he says, there's some things in here we don't let people see, something to that effect. And it was a very
Did you hear that, Kara?
testy meeting. And Anyway,
I just want to back up.
Initially, she was refused access, but then her uncle, I guess, because David O. McKay by this time was in the first presidency of the church. This is in the early 1940s. Says, well, you can look at it, but by that time she was so upset with the way that she'd been treated by Joseph Fielding Smith, and just could see that this is going to be rankle the it's going to create problems. She says, I just won't pursue this any further. And so she never actually looked at the material that she wanted to look at. It was a diary. It was a particular diary. There was some, I think it was an 1832 diary, and there were some sources or she wanted to check out in that. And
no, but Newell, tell me if I'm wrong. Like for me, I used to love Joseph Fielding Smith. He used to be my favorite. I read Doctrines of Salvation, volumes 1, 2, and 3. Like I loved the guy. He was like the inspiration of Bruce R. McConkie, which was my childhood hero as a Mormon. But what made
What's so
me
funny, Newell?
Why are you laughing, Newell?
No, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's how I was raised. But
you had posters on him just like he was Michael Jordan on your wall.
Exactly. Yeah, he was my Michael Jordan. Yeah. No, but like what I now think of first when I think about Joseph Fielding Smith is the fact that he encountered the 1832, the first account of the first vision, at some point in his career as church historian, and he's the one who we think has ripped out that first version, that first account of the first vision, and hid it. So I'm thinking, is this the same diary that he ripped the first known version of the one that would have been disturbing to Mormons today because it was way different than the official account of the first vision? It was just the Lord instead of God and Jesus. Like, troublesome in all sorts of ways. Joseph Fielding Smith would have knowingly ripped that out of the 1832 diary. Is this the same diary that Fawn Brodie wanted access to?
Well, as I say, I can't say for sure, but I'm speaking from memory. But it seems like I'm pretty sure it was the 1832 diary, but
Okay.
I can't say for sure. But it seems like that was the one she somehow wanted to look at that diary.
I mean, the question that we always get today is, how much do the brethren know, and how much are they deceiving or misleading people? And the picture that I'm hearing you paint is that Joseph Fielding Smith, as a church historian, apostle, and eventual prophet, he knows that in the church archives there's deeply troubling material. He's intentionally hiding that from the members, and he's keeping Fawn Brodie from getting access to the documents that she would need to write an accurate biography of Joseph Smith. Is that all true? Did I get that right?
Well, to make a full-bodied account of Joseph Smith, I think that she would have liked to have been able to have access, because when she went over to the reorganized church at that time, Community of Christ, they were much more open in allowing her access to the materials that they had in their library. I mean, it was like a difference between night and day. I mean, she encounters this hostile reaction on the part of the Utah Latter-day Saints in their archives, and then goes out to Independence, Missouri, and they actually bring out all kinds of things to let her look at, and it's just it's so different, so she's very much affected by that whole that whole experience, and she does the best she can in her biography with what she had access to. And I think that's much to her credit, because she did as much as she could by piecing together what had been available that had been written at the time that he was alive, because she really went to a lot of, contemporary sources at Joseph Smith's lifetime. And it would have been a much more, she could have looked into much more detail if she'd had access to the materials that people like Richard Bushman, who comes along later and does his biography on Joseph Smith, had. So
if you had to rate the church from an A to an F in terms of their cooperation with the church archives on No Man Knows My History, what grade would you give the church?
It was wanting. I don't know if I'd assign a grade. I mean, it was, and I guess, it was at a time when the church was moving more in a conservative direction. It was
politically, you mean?
Yeah. Well, in terms of its not just politically, but in terms of enforcing orthodoxy and stuff like that. Because and this is what I found when I was working on the Harold B. Lee. Because at the same time that Thomas McKay was ordained an assistant to the 12, Harold B. Lee was ordained as a very, very young apostle, and subsequent to that, a whole coterie of young apostles were being brought in, and they were moving the church in a more conservative direction. That the beginnings of the retrenchment, what you could say the genesis of correlation was starting to take place, and these older apostles, a number like Widsoe and
Talmage
and Benyon, the more intellectual
Lowell Benyon,
they were getting older, and they were being replaced by these younger, more conservative ones. I mean, a lot of them were proteges of Harold B. I'm getting into the Harold B. Lee stuff, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah. But I think that's when the church was kind of moving in that direction, in enforcing more conformity, orthodoxy, and more politically conservative.
And Gerardo's wanting me to just be fair to Joseph Fielding Smith, to acknowledge that his grandfather would have been Hiram Smith, who was killed. His dad would have been Joseph F. Smith. They would have felt traumatized by the murder of, in Joseph Fielding Smith's case, his grandfather.
Right.
And they would have been just very defensive at the attacks on the church, the attacks on their family. He would have been a sincere believer that was just trying to protect not only the church, but his own personal family. And so that's just an attempt to understand why Joseph Fielding Smith would have intentionally hid materials that would have not been viewed as favorable from both the world, but also from the membership.
Yeah, I mean so she, as I say, she did the best she could, and created the ultimate biography was a seminal work. I mean, it's influenced, as you mentioned at the beginning of the podcast, it has certainly influenced the whole direction of Mormon scholarship, of historical scholarship. It's kind of a seminal beginning point.
Yeah. Okay, so at some point she's writing this book, and she's got to realize it's going to be a scandalous book once it's released, right?
Very much so. She's very sensitive to that all the way through, and so she's kind of at loose ends about on the one hand she wants to get it out there, but on the other hand she's fearful of what this is going to do to her family, in particular her family, and just her own relationship with not just her immediate family, but her extended family as well.
So what happens?
Well, ultimately she is excommunicated.
No. Before that. So she's writing the draft of this book. Is she like running it by Lowell Benyon? Is she running it by other church historians? Does her uncle David O. McKay have any idea that this book is coming out? Does it hit the church? Like, does it surprise the church? Does she have any collaborators before it's released?
Well,
take us up into the release, if that makes sense.
Well, the actual writing of the book, she goes through several different drafts. It's not she's not just writing it and throwing it out there, because she does a lot of writing and rewrite. She's very meticulous in the way she wants to present the story. And she wants to get as much input from people that can help her. And one of the main people that almost becomes a mentor is Dale L. Morgan. She has a very, very close. Morgan almost becomes like a second, he's almost like her alter ego. Is he Mormon? Well, he comes out of a Mormon background. A lot of people don't know much about Dale Morgan. He was he was a scholar in his own right, but he had written a biography of another Smith, Jedediah Smith. He grew up in a small town similar to Fawn Brodie up in the area around Ogden, near Ogden, and he developed meningitis. He was a very bright child. I think he was a direct descendant of Orson Pratt. I think that his genealogy goes back to Orson Pratt, and he was educated at the University of Utah. He was completely deaf. He lost his hearing through meningitis, and so he lost his hearing. But in a way, that sharpened his intellect, because he knew that in terms of his pursuit of knowledge, like Fawn Brodie, he was very curious and very precocious, and graduated from the University of Utah. I think it was in commercial art or something like that. Ended up becoming a historian, but he ended up working for the Works Progress Administration,
which is a FDR.
Federal, yeah, he was a federal
program.
employee. He was employed in various federal agencies, but he had an acute interest in both Western and Mormon history, and he collected a lot of newspaper clipping files. He intended himself to write. He wanted eventually to do a definitive history of early Mormonism. So he was very acutely interested in early Mormon history, and Fawn Brodie came into contact with him. And so they became fast friends because of their, and he was also a religious skeptic. He was a non-believer. And so when she got to the phase where she was actually starting to write the manuscript for No Man Knows My History, Dale Morgan became one of her leading mentors and carefully going through the manuscript. And he tended to have a more balanced view of saying, well, maybe you're going too far in lambasting Joseph Smith, because by this time she has developed a bit of, becomes increasingly, I guess you'd say, outraged at Joseph Smith and what he was doing during his life. His polyandry,
Which is what?
Polyandry, which means that he's marrying other men's wives, and in the process of polygamy, he marries not only unmarried women, but he's, as you're probably aware, he marries women who are already married to other men, and that particularly outraged her. And the inconsistencies in the Book of Mormon, and so on, and so she's becoming somewhat, in her writing, she's becoming more sharp-edged. And Dale Morgan, says you need to be more, you need to be more moderate in the way you're writing this book. And he also puts her on to, scholarship and materials that she might not have been aware of. And he acts as a virtual mentor the whole time that she's writing and producing No Man Knows My History. But she also consults other people who are part of this Utah literary community. Somebody like Wilfred Polson. You probably never heard that name. He was a professor of psychology down at Brigham Young University, and he offers advice and recommendations. Vesta Crawford. I'm trying to think of some of the other. There are a whole series of writers that are producing. Vadas Fisher, who wrote The Children of God. He was a well-known Utah writer. He looks at her manuscript. He's giving her input. So she's getting input from members of this Utah literary community, and from her uncle, Dean Brimhall. And so all of these people are reading and offering input as she's putting the book together.
Yeah, and if you think about what she uncovers, it's the stone in the hat, it's the treasure digging, it's the multiple versions of the first vision, it's the eloping with Emma, it's Joseph being found to be kind of guilty of kind of, breaking the law with this treasure digging. The priesthood restoration stuff and the questions around, the authenticity of the Book of Mormon. She gets into things like anachronisms and problems with the Book of Mormon, the Kirtland Bank scandal, the financial fraud, the polygamy, the polyandry, the connections between the Masonic Lodge and the temple, the Danites, Joseph Smith running for president, him kind of going crazy towards the end, the violence, the stuff in Missouri, including, Porter Rockwell and the attempted assassination on the governor, Lilburn Boggs. She uncovers all of that. Am I right?
Well, yeah, she is uncovering a lot of the controversial aspects of Joseph Smith's activities, and I guess that so she is encouraged to sort of try to portray the more human side of his behavior, and for instance his obviously she comes to the conclusion that he's a conscious fraud, but she tries to modify that. I mean, that's her basic thesis, that Joseph Smith was a conscious fraud. That's the underlying thesis of the whole book. But some of the people who criticize her, including people who are encouraging her as she's writing through, say you need to bring out the fact that he came to the conclusion, he was somehow convinced that what he was doing was in the name of God, that he evolved from a conscious fraud into convincing himself that he was indeed a prophet of God, that he was doing this in the name of God, and emphasizing the what you call the religious, or that he was actually doing the will of God. And whether that was true or not, you need to bring out, and Dale Morgan pointed that out to her. You need to emphasize some of these other aspects, the more altruistic side of Joseph Smith, that he was convinced that he was doing something for his followers in the name of God, whether he sincerely believed that or not. And so the book is less harsh than it might have been otherwise. I mean, I tried to track down the original, first drafts, and apparently, according to, and I've never been able to verify this for sure, that she actually destroyed burnt the, in a moment of anger, she burnt the original drafts and the original stuff that went into the book itself. And so that part of the story was harder. It would have been great to have the early drafts of what she wrote, and that was one of the lacunas or voids in my study.
Okay, so Newell, one of the things that's really mind-blowing also about what Fawn Brodie did is she's doing all this in the 30s and early 40s, before the Mormon History Association, before Leonard Arrington, before Michael Quinn. And like you said, you kind of mentioned as you were during break, this kind of lost generation. There were these people that cared about Mormon history, a couple at BYU, a couple in the Salt Lake, Ogden community. And I think it's just interesting that she had this informal community of people that cared about Mormon history long before there was even a Mormon History Association, right? That's
right.
Yeah. Do you think that as she's consulting these 5 or 10 fans of Mormon history or semi-scholars or scholars, do you think there's a sense that there were rumblings or rumors back with Joseph Fielding Smith or her uncle that this biography was about to come out, that it was going to be like a scandalous, earth-shattering kind of biography? Do you think the church was caught surprised by this, or do you think they knew this was coming?
Well, it wasn't a state secret, because she had actually started to look for publishers for the manuscript, and she applied while the writing was still in a formal stage. She applied for a what was called a Knopf, Alfred A. Knopf offered a kind of like a fellowship or a stipend to encourage, that she applied for that, and with the understanding that they would publish the book, and she received this fellowship. It was called it gave her a sum of money to work with, and the promise that they would publish the book, and that was widely known. It wasn't a secret. So, and as she was doing research and trying to get access to the documents in Salt Lake and going to the reorganized church archives, I mean, those people all knew that this was forthcoming, and she made it clear it wasn't going to be an authorized biography in the tradition of what had been written previously about Joseph Smith. She made it clear it was going to be, it was going to be a secular approach. It wasn't going to be a faith promoting work. That became very evident.
And Alfred Knopf's, for those who aren't familiar with publishers, that's a major publisher.
Yeah,
correct?
That was a big deal when she got that. When she got that fellowship.
So is there any indication in the historical record that you came across where the church sort of like became afraid, became aware, became afraid, and even used their power, money, and influence to try and prevent this book from being published or to intimidate her? Is there any sense that any of that happened before the book came out?
I came across nothing to indicate that the powers that be in the LDS Church were going to try to intimidate her or try to stop publication. But the one entity that did try to stop ultimate publication was the reorganized church. I mean, they made the biggest fuss beforehand, and actually they were trying to stop. They were going to try to sue Knopf. They were going to try to sue Brodie for defamation of character because, the leaders of the reorganized church were direct Smith descendants. I mean, it was like Israel Smith, who was a grandson of Joseph Smith, was not happy with it, nor was his brother, and I'm trying to think of his name, but the Smith family, the direct descendants of Joseph Smith, they were really upset when I guess they got a hold of some preliminary page proofs, and they actually tried to stop ultimate publication, but then they backed off because they realized they really didn't have the ability or have a case to do that. But as for the LDS Church, they didn't try to stop publication prior to the book coming out in late 1945. It was only after 1945 that they started to come after her, but not before.
Okay.
Not before.
So there's no sense that anyone tried to intimidate her not to publish the book. Oh, and I just think, I always have there's certain dates I always want to remember. And I kind of erected the scaffolding at some point in world and American history. And 1945 is an important date because that's the year World War II ends. I think that's the year the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So it's kind of a tiny bit ironic that the bombs are dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki the same year that Fawn Brodie drops a big old bomb, Joseph Smith bomb, on the Mormon Church.
Yeah.
It's a year that will live in infamy, we can say, in the church. Okay, so what do you know about what happens when the book drops and it is published?
Well, initially, there's the initial reaction. The church really kind of holds back. I mean, the response comes in a gradual way. The way that the book was originally conceived came in a gradual way, as the church reacts in kind of initially. Nothing is really said when the book is published, and then shortly after that, there are direct, indirect allusions to the book itself, because in the conference, in October conference of I think it's in 19, maybe it's the March conference. Because the book comes out later, it comes out after in late 45. So the first reaction comes from official sources in the March semi-annual conference when several church leaders get up and defend the character of Joseph Smith and say there are those out there, without mentioning Fawn Brodie by name, who would defame and try to say he was not who he claimed to be. I mean, they make indirect allusions to the book itself without actually mentioning Fawn Brodie's name or without mentioning the book initial. Those are the initial reaction. But as the book when it comes out, it generates national attention.
It does,
national attention there, because at first they maybe think that maybe the book won't get that much notoriety or that much publicity. But as the book becomes more and more noted and recognized nationally and starts to sell briskly, then the scale of attack increases very much after that. And you have a pamphlet that is published, the so-called Brodie book, that really takes the book to task, and it's published anonymously. It's not it's unclear who actually wrote that pamphlet. I was unable to. That's the first pamphlet. Then, of course, it's Hugh Nibley's pamphlet.
Okay, wait.
Follows.
So you're saying there's a pamphlet that preceded. No, ma'am, that's not history.
Yeah, and
what can you tell us about that pamphlet?
Well, it goes into more detail in saying that that Fawn Brodie's conclusions were not correct, and it tries to take the book on the various points of criticism, and it is a more substantial a critique of the book than the Hugh Nibley one, which is more famous. It's ironic because this first one, because it's published without an author's name on it, but it doesn't receive the publicity that the Hugh Nibley, because Hugh Nibley's is more kind of more sprightly written, and it's almost written in it has a certain jocular nature to it that the first critique didn't have. And she, in fact, she makes remarks. She says, well, the first pamphlet at least tried to make an effort to critique what I was trying to say, but Hugh's Nibley was a flippant, superficial piece of scholarship.
Yeah,
she doesn't even use the term scholarship. She just refers to it as a flippant little piece.
Is that available to read somewhere?
Yeah, there are copies available. Go down to Benchmark.
Okay, wait. So the original pamphlet you can get from Benchmark?
Well, I would think so.
Do you have a copy of it?
I might, but it's probably in my papers up at the University of Utah.
Okay.
I got a copy of it, and it'd be if you want to check out my papers, because I contributed all my Brodie materials to the University of Utah, so it would be available up there if you can't find.
So you don't remember? Do you happen to remember the name of the original pamphlet?
It was. I can look at that.
Okay, and Carrie, you can Google that too if you want.
Yeah, it was called the so-called critique of the so-called Brodie book. Let me see.
Okay. And I'm just, and maybe Carrie, you can find that on Google as well. But I'm just super curious to know, number one, was it the church that commissioned the creation of that pamphlet?
The first one, yes.
And then I'm curious to know who would have written it, why they wouldn't put someone's name to it.
Yeah,
and then I'm just dying to know what the arguments were. When they're trying to defend the character of Joseph Smith, I'm just dying to know what the arguments were.
Yeah, let me see. Mormon denunciations. Here we go. It's it was entitled. It was. I guess it was actually. I guess I spoke inaccurately. It says it was in the church news section of the Deseret News, presented an appraisal of the so-called Brodie book, a lengthy critique, and it criticized the book as being wholly atheistic, allowing no place in human experience for the transcendental. This review conceded that it was easy to grant the author the merit of a fine literary style, which makes the book altogether enticing reading, but it was a style of the novelist and not the historian. So I guess I misspoke when I said it was published as a pamphlet. Let me see if maybe it was. Because I talk about Second Mormon pamphlet, so it could have appeared initially in the Church News,
right? And
then was subsequently, it says, and then it goes on to say about this one, it was bedded in some very bad psychology, and then I go on to say this critique apparently mirrored the official position of the Mormon Church, for it was soon reprinted as a pamphlet and circulated as a missionary tract. So it was a pamphlet. So it could be available at Benchmark, and I know I have a copy in my papers up to the University of Utah. And then after that came Hugh Nibley's No Ma'am, That's Not History. And by contrast, she says in response, the Brodie remarked with regard to the two pamphlets, she said the church really let go with both barrels. She found the appraisal of the so-called Brodie book, the first pamphlet, well-written, clever piece of Mormon propaganda, but she had nothing but contempt for Nibley's No Ma'am, That's Not History, dismissing it as a flippant and shallow piece.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, this is the birth of modern Mormon apologetics, is the emergence of this book. Because you look at, there was that whole Daniel Peterson era and Farms, and then the Maxwell Institute, Lou Midgley, and Fair Mormon kind of carried on this legacy of not really wanting to deal honestly and accurately with the substance of the criticisms, but finding any way to create smoke screens, distractions, and to some extent, apologists are still doing that to this day with people like Kwaku and Cardinellis and others. But I do find it interesting that originally there's a Church News article that tries to deal substantively with it, and I'm guessing that the church realized, wow, we can't win on the substance of the arguments. And so we've got to go ad hominem, and that's when Hugh Nibley first comes on the scene. And I never knew about this first pamphlet. That's why I'm asking Kara maybe to Google it to see if she can. And I'll just ask listeners, if any of you can help us find that original pamphlet, and even preferably a link on the web to the Deseret News article that would have been the first review of No Man Knows My History. I want to see what the church's substantive, what Brodie calls propaganda. I want to see what that propaganda was. Hear the way they justify what came out in the book. First of all, so I want to do an episode on that. Are you finding something, Kara?
I haven't found it quite yet, but I am going to link in the show notes. It's kind of an excerpt from your book that you're reading. I was able to find kind of what you just read, and I'm going to put that in the show notes. And I find it fascinating. So are you saying that Hugh Nibley is kind of like, as somebody who's adjacent to the church, that he doesn't necessarily represent the church?
He's at BYU. He's a young BYU professor at the time.
But he's kind of allowed to speak more in his opinion, whereas opposed to the first pamphlet is straight from the church itself, right? That's kind of what
And that's a good point, because basically part of the tactic that the church ends up adopting is, for a long, long time,
they push it off
until the gospel topics essays, the church says, we're not going to give official responses. We're going to create these personalities that aren't officially speaking for the church, certainly not prophets, seers, and revelators or apostles. We'll get these personality types like Nibley, and then Peterson, and then Midgley, and John Welch, and others. We'll have these personalities use rhetoric to defend the church, but always at an arm's length from any official response, until the essays, the church is forced to come out with the gospel topics essays, by the early 2010s with the Swedish Rescue and others. But I just think it's an important moment in Mormon history and Mormon apologetics that this is when Hugh Nibley comes on the scene. Not B.H. Roberts, who was an apologist in a sense, but you always got the sense that B.H. Roberts was a man of integrity. He was honest. He cared about science and accuracy. And of course, he was like sent off on a mission once the church realized he was getting to the bottom of the church's problems with the Book of Mormon. We have Hugh Nibley coming on the scene by the mid-1940s as a new type of Mormon apologist. And I remember once I discovered No Man Knows My History, which I was afraid to read for another 7 or 8 years after I learned about the book, the first thing I ever read regarding Fawn Brodie was Hugh Nibley's pamphlet, No Ma'am, That's Not History. And I don't remember even reading anything about Joseph Smith. It really was just an ad hominem, snarky attack on Brodie, doing its best to avoid any credible, substantive matters that Brodie would have brought up. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it really was much inferior to the first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just to really slam dunk John's point there, that's exactly what I'm reading. That's so interesting that it was written by a church council. It's called Appraisal of the So-Called Brodie Book. That's published in Deseret News, May 11th, 1946, and written by a church committee, similar maybe to the way that
Gospel Topics
Essays.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that the church would have started off with this idea of a church-sponsored committee to respond to critics, and they quickly abandoned that idea for another 60 or 70 years. Okay, so you're finding a link to that, not the actual article.
I'm still looking for the article.
Okay.
It's probably on some type of film somewhere. That's
some
difficult.
microfish. Some microfish.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, Noel, that's great info. And Kara, thanks for looking that up. And listeners, Ben, I had breakfast with Chris Bench the other day. I'm sure maybe Chris or someone else. We should do an episode, Kara, on the church's original response to No Man Knows My History. I think that would be fascinating.
Yeah, and is the point you're making that just like they are going to be denying things that they now publish in their church essays, and it's going to be a clear distinction between things they said were outright lies?
Wouldn't that be fun?
And then today they literally acknowledge it. It's the same revelators, seers, apostles saying two completely contradictory things.
Yeah.
Clear as day.
Well, Brodie calls it the first pamphlet propaganda, but at least it sounds like she had a little more respect for it because at least it tried to address the substantive issues.
Yeah, and
that's
to her credit, she did.
Thank you, Newell, for helping us learn about that. 'Cause that's something we need to look into. Okay, so Hugh Nibley writes his response as well. So let's just get to the aftermath of the release of the book. So it's getting national attention. Deseret News responds. Hugh Nibley responds. What happens next?
Well, I mean,
is David O. McKay prophet by 1945?
No, he doesn't become president until 51. He's still in the first presidency.
Okay.
By this time he's a second counselor in the first presidency, and so he is very angry about the
at his
book.
niece.
And he doesn't. It's interesting, in public he doesn't attack her directly. He kind of alludes to her in a kind of what I call an allegorical way, in a short story or in kind of a sermon that he gives about Dandy, a horse, who is a rebellious horse that can't be reined in, and Dandy kind of wanders from he's kind of one of these kind of rebellious creatures, and he wanders from the barn, and he partakes of some poisonous grain and subsequently dies. And I guess I should read that little homily that he wrote. Is it okay if I?
Who is this?
This is David O. McKay. He's referring to his niece, although not by name, through this allegorical story called Dandy. And it's let me see if I can.
Is this in a talk? Is this like in a conference
this is a talk. Let me go to the I can give you the full detail of this.
So is it?
Story.
I mean, as you're looking, I guess I'm wondering if he's trying to smear the reputation of his niece.
What he does, it's an address he gives at Brigham Young. He tells a story that clearly alludes to Fawn.
Let's find that. Let's see if we can find that, Kara, too, in the show notes.
and anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. And he tells a story of Dandy, a well-bred colt of good disposition and clean, well-rounded eyes, well-proportioned, and all in all a choice equine possession. But Dandy resented restraint. He was ill content when tied and would nibble at the tie rope until he was free. One day, Dandy broke out of the pasture and got into the neighbor's sack of grain, which had been poisoned as bait for rodents. Within a few minutes, Dandy was in spasmodic pain, and shortly thereafter, he died. McKay, David O. concluded the story. My heart aches this morning because one who is pretty close to me failed, violated constraints in childhood, broke through the fence of consideration and decency, found the poison grain of unbelief, and now languishes in spiritual apathy and decay. That's David O. McKay.
So, I mean, when you think about like Jeffrey R. Holland this year publicly deriding Matt Easton, you know, for the BYU valedictorian, just for stating in his valedictorian speech that he was gay, just stating his identity, we were really upset that a prophet, seer, and revelator would publicly demean, basically accuse Matt Easton of commandeering the graduation ceremony at BYU. This is David O. McKay as a member of the First Presidency, really, I mean, associating his niece with like poison and death and faithlessness in a way that's really, given his status and his power, that's kind of, and you think of David, I've read, Greg Prince's book, David O. McKay and the Rise of Modern Mormonism. Greg Prince paints David O. McKay as this kind, loving, friendly, diplomatic, respectful person. So it's hard for me to think about David O. McKay as one who would, in essence, publicly smear the reputation of his niece in a position of intense power and then publicly deride her to the entire church membership. That's not the David O. McKay I think of when I read Greg Prince's book.
Well, as a corrective, I would urge you to read a piece that I wrote on David O. McKay that was published in a dialogue a number of years ago. It was kind of a spin-off of my research on Fawn Brodie, because I got to know not only Fawn Brodie and her family dynamics, but David O. McKay. I give a somewhat different side of David O. McKay, and it was published as an essay in Dimensions of Faith that was put out several years ago.
What would the approximate title be?
Yeah, it was The Public and Private David O. McKay.
So that's a dialogue article?
It was originally a dialogue article that was republished in an anthology that was edited by, I think his name was Waterman, was the editor of, I believe it was, I can't remember for sure, but it's in a volume published by Signature Books called Dimensions of Faith. Okay, and Dialogues Archives, and everyone needs to just spend, if you care about Mormon history, all of Dialogues publications are available in PDFs online. So we'll be able to create a link to that article. But can you summarize? We'll include that in the show notes. Kara? Oh. And I think the book Appraisal, so-called Brodie book, is available at a few libraries in the University of Utah, Brigham Young University, Harold Bealey Library. So not everyone jump on it at once, but somebody find that book. And if anybody can get us a PDF of that article, I'll take, Kara and I will personally take you to lunch or dinner or brunch as a thank you.
But Newell, what's the essence? You like that, Newell? Newell, what's the essence of the private and the public side of David O. McKay that you tried to share in your dialogue piece?
Well, kind of doing an aside, but I found that he had this hard-edged, aspect to his personality. Besides the side, they show him as the compassionate, caring, beloved family man, who is very much, his and just kind of the soft-spoken, but he had this kind of arrogant side to him, and kind of a hard-edged side to him this is what I tried to emphasize, that he had very much of an ego. I mean, he's the only church leader that wore white suits, and that kind of gave him, that I don't know if you're aware of that he stood out because he always wore these white suits, whereas everybody else was wearing the dark suits, and that was a way of
like a Mark Twain figure, right?
Yeah, almost like a Mark Twain figure. Yeah. I mean, that's a good comparison.
Yeah.
And
white hair and white suit.
And that, I found that to be a fascinating. And as I say, Signature Books was so impressed with my article that they included it in the lead article in this anthology that they produced, Dimensions of Faith. It also received an award from Dialogue as the best article. It received the Lowell Bennion Best Article Award the year it came out.
Yeah, and I, as someone who had lunch with Elder Holland twice, these, we think of them as just being spiritual, kind, loving men, and I think that's a dimension to their personality. And I found Jeffrey R. Holland to be friendly and warm and funny and charming and engaging. But what we all have to remember is these men have probably been carefully curated into their position based on fierce loyalty to the church and willingness above all else to defend the church at all costs. And so all this niceness in the show, there's kind of probably a good cop, bad cop to their own personalities, where they can be charming and lovely and diplomatic. But if you cross a certain line, you get the real, or at least a real side of them, which is they'll come after you. They'll take you down publicly if they have to, if they feel like you're attacking the church.
Well, I mean, we all have complex personalities. Yeah. We all have our altruistic sides, and we have our less than altruistic sides. I mean, that's just the complexity of the human being. We have these multifaceted, and that's the way it was with Fawn Brodie. That's the way it was with David O. McKay, and so it's interesting because Greg Prince, for the great job that he did on the David O. McKay, and I critiqued it. I ended up, we did a Sunstone session many years ago, right after Greg Prince's biography came out, and I pointed out the inconsistencies, the way that he treated Fawn Brodie. I mean, he relates an incident in there which he got from an oral history which I shared with him, how David O. McKay really didn't have that much animosity toward Fawn Brodie, and it turned out to be he put this in the book, and I took Greg to task for I said, well, this is something that was related third hand by Russ Mortensen, who I interviewed. It was like a third hand account how David O. McKay responded to his niece. I mean, Russ Mortensen, who I interviewed about, who brought out this incident, I guess I don't know where he got it from, but it as far as I could tell, it had never happened, because when I looked at the way the family related David O. McKay's reaction to No Man of History, he would never speak to her again. He ignored her at family gatherings and so on. And so Greg had created a little bit of a fiction in relating that incident, which I really he just sort of looked at me kind of, well, why is Newell bringing this up? But that was one of the sore spots. But in what was otherwise, I think he did a pretty good job with, but he never really got into the personality of David O. McKay himself. The book is written as a series of episodes and incidents in David O. McKay's career. It's almost like an overview of his role as a church leader and as a prophet. Unlike what I did with Fawn Brodie, he never got into the essential personality and dynamics of the man himself, only in a superficial way. Here I'm going off critiquing. I didn't mean to get off.
Oh, that's important. I just think understanding David
critiquing.
Well, the fact
Prince. I'm sorry.
Well, I just think if we're talking about plot characters, the fact that David O. McKay was first presidency member, eventual prophet, and uncle to Fawn Brodie, he's an important character in this story. So talking about his personality, I think, is central to this entire discussion.
Yeah, and I think it's really important. They said that he, everybody I talked to, family members said he just had, he really had a strong ego.
Yeah.
Of who he was, and he projected that, and I urge you to read my article on David O. McKay. I think you'll find it revelatory, not. Yeah.
Okay, so the book comes out in 45,
right?
And David O. McKay isn't prophet yet. The church news pamphlet comes out. Hugh Nibley's pamphlet comes out. How does the church's reaction to the book and their treatment of Fawn Brodie unfold? And what does that do to Fawn Brodie as she starts to be on the receiving end of the church's attacks?
Well, she's really stung by David O. McKay's, characterization. She says, I don't know what my uncle was referring to when he said I was, a rebellious, restless child. She says I was a model child, and as I related earlier, and all the way through my early life, I never engaged in even a healthy amount of mischief, and she was just really hurt by that, and as I say, they never had a relationship after that, and so she strongly believes that he was the primary moving force behind her ultimate excommunication. She is convinced, and I think other family members are pretty much convinced, that he was the one that pushed forward that she be excommunicated from the church, because she was not only an embarrassment to the family, but she was an embarrassment to the church.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the book had received national publicity and national recognition. It was a national bestseller, and and it sold briskly even in Utah. People, it was flying off the shelf of bookstores in Utah when it came out. I mean, and so the church knew that it had to respond to it, because church members were picking this up and reading it.
Sorry, I want to hear what you're going to say, Kara. I just want to say that kind of makes David O. McKay the father of Mormon ad hominem attacks, because that's what he does. He does that to his own niece first.
You read my mind.
Go ahead, Kara. Sorry.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Please say it your way. You're better.
No, that's literally the father of ad hominem attacks. I was like, isn't that interesting that this is like such a clear, crisp example of somebody who couldn't know Fawn better than her own kin, than her own uncle, right? That he knows her true character, that she wasn't a rebellious child.
Believer, smart, sincere.
And the last tactic that they have at their disposal, that they've tried everything and people are still flying off the shelves. And he has to smear her by calling her rebellious and just completely like crapping on her character. That's incredible.
Oh.
And it's tale as old as time, too. Just classic.
Well, I mean, when modern day apologists use ad hominem, and they're still doing it, they've got prophets, seers, and revelators as giving them license because they started it. I mean, is that?
Yeah, that's a great point, too.
Is that fair, Newell?
Well, I mean, it certainly gives it the imprimata of church sanctioning to do those things,
Yeah. That's where Hugh Nibley gets it, from David O. McKay, right?
Well, actually, I think the pamphlet came out I'm not sure about the timing because I didn't really track it down. His BYU speech and Hugh Nibley's pamphlet. I'm not sure what the sequence of events was, so I can't really answer that question definitively.
Yeah. As to when the David O. McKay story about
the dandy, the horse.
You're not sure when that comes out
when
relative
that came
to...
vis-a-vis Hugh Nibley's pamphlet. If one influenced the other or the other way around or whatever. But I mean, it was a pretty, both of those were pretty stunning, especially the dandy story because it was so personal.
And so she was sad that her uncle smeared her character in such a way.
As I say, he was angry. He was, angry to the point where it appears that he was a prime moving force. And I guess initially they started to think about excommunication early on.
In what year? Around what year?
This would be in early 46, but the actual excommunication came later because I guess they had considered it maybe even as early as late 45, right after the book came. But they said no, that would be making a martyr out of her. So the initial talk about excommunication was early on, and I think. Probably at that time they were hoping maybe the book wouldn't achieve the widespread recognition and sales and everything that it did. Maybe if they waited long enough, it would go away, or it would dissipate. But as the book becomes more and more recognized and the sales, become very brisk and it gets a lot of notice both locally and nationally, they have no other choice but to, especially as church members read it and they're saying, gosh, what is this really true? They really have to come back and say, no, this obviously wasn't true, as reflected in the fact that she's being excommunicated for apostasy.
So when was she, around what year was she excommunicated?
This was late 46. I think it's June, let me see.
She was excommunicated around 46, you're saying?
Well, she was excommunicated in the middle of 46. It was,
okay.
Let me see the exact, and that's something I thought I'd never forget. I should leave it.
Well, it's been like 25 years since you published this book.
It was, I think in June. Let me
You're thinking
go
46.
to that. It's definitely 1946, but it's the date. The exact date is the trial, and the excommunication comes in. As I say, they were talking about excommunication as early as late 45. But the actual excommunication didn't come until June.
Okay.
I've got the date here. It was the 1st of June, 1946.
And who's president of the church in 46?
In 46, it's by this time it's George Albert Smith. He has taken over from Heber J. Grant because he came in 45.
Do we know if Fawn Brodie attended her disciplinary council?
No, she didn't.
She didn't attend it.
They issued the summons, and so she was in the late stages of pregnancy. That's why she didn't attend, because she was pregnant with her second child, Bruce,
living in Chicago.
And they were living at the time in Connecticut. They were living in Bethany and in New Haven, Connecticut. So she would have had to come down from Connecticut to Boston because the excommunication procedures were held, I think it was in Boston or Cambridge, where the church headquarters was.
Was someone studying at Yale?
That's where her husband was a professor on the faculty.
Yale.
Yeah, he was on the faculty of the political science department at Yale at that time, New Haven.
So do we have like correspondence? Did she talk to her bishop, her stake president?
No.
Is there any written correspondence of the church saying you're acting in apostasy? We don't like this. Are they giving her warnings? Is there any correspondence about sort of her being warned or threatened or chastised or counseled with? It's a very sparse. I got a hold of the. I was able in going through the minutes. I was able to get to the of that particular stake, and it was very sparse. All it said that
she was guilty of apostasy. Let me see. Here it goes. It was presided over by a guy named the stake president, mission president. It was a mission. William H. Reeder was the mission president, and the actual proceedings were presided over by him, and they were very brief, concluding in a matter of minutes. And President Reeder, after considering the evidence, declared that Fawn Brodie, through her book, was guilty of teaching false doctrine, specifically of denying the divine nature of Mormonism and the prophetic calling of Joseph Smith. It was thus his judgment that she be excommunicated from the church. That's all it said. So it was a pretty sparse proceeding in terms of what evidence was presented. It was just, pretty, that was it.
And I'm dying to be a fly on the wall of 1946. Did they ever stop and say, is what she wrote in the book true and factual? And I'm curious, do you think that all this truth about Joseph Smith, the actual factual history, because she got it pretty much all right. Her book, I read her foreword or her notes about the second edition, and she basically makes the point that she adds a little bit to the second edition, but she basically says pretty much everything I wrote in the first edition has not been overturned. And even when Richard Bushman comes out with Rough Stone Rolling, I'm pretty sure that No Man Knows My History was the most cited reference in Rough Stone Rolling.
Yeah.
And so I want to be a fly on the wall in 1946. Did the brethren know? Did the First Presidency and the Quorum of the 12 know all this about Joseph Smith? Or were they all learning this for the first time from Fawn Brodie? Or did they even bother to read the book and ever stop to ask if she was actually telling the truth? Or did they not even care at that point about the actual truth, right?
Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could have access to the journals and the papers of the
minutes, right?
And even the minutes of what was being discussed with relationship, and those things are not available, and so we really don't know whether to the answers to all of those questions that you are asking. It'd be wonderful if we had access to the private journals, to the minutes, to exchanges or communication amongst them, because I'm sure they had a great deal to say about the book, a lot more than we're aware of at present, and those things are, as we're well aware, unavailable.
Intentionally unavailable. And Kara, I'm just thinking, like, I've always got in my mind this book that I'm putting together of like the history of the church deceiving its members in the 20th century. And the years so far, 1912 with the Book of Abraham, New York Times article, 1922 with B.H. Roberts, and now we've added a third year, which is 1946, where instead of the church confronting the problems about Joseph Smith head on, they're put on national notice about the problems with Joseph Smith. What do? They don't read the book and say, okay, what's true? What do, Kara?
They act like if we just excommunicate her, it'll all go away.
Shut her up, right? Yeah, so that's the third year. Maybe Newell, maybe you can tell us if there's other important years before 1946. But those are 3 years that stick out in my mind as really influential for the church.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, I
guess there's the evolution. Whatever year that evolution scandal breaks out at BYU, we've got to add that year as one of the 4 big years in the early to mid 20th century, right? Because that's when the church is put on notice that evolution is a real thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so what do you know what Fawn Brodie's feelings and thoughts were after being excommunicated?
She was, she
didn't believe. So, that's always the big thing when like Bill Reel or I or Sam Young were excommunicated, or Kate Kelly. It's always like, well, they didn't believe anyway, so excommunication's no big deal.
Well, for her, she had stopped attending and had ceased all activity in the church.
And stopped believing.
And then the end of her activity was when she was still at the University of Chicago. So she hadn't been an active practicing Mormon for a number of years. but her immediate reaction was she suspected that David O. McKay had played a central role in her excommunication. That was that was a part of her reaction, and she says, "I suppose I shall never know exactly what brought the action about, but if my uncle did push the thing through, such action wouldn't surprise me," she goes on to say. And then she goes on to say that she felt that he felt the necessity of disassociating himself from her in the most dramatic fashion possible, and believing that he would be condemned if she were treated with leniency. This is what her reaction, and his anger at her personally would have moved him to take such drastic action. That was her reaction against Joseph Smith, but David O. McKay? David O. McKay. Okay. So she's referring to, but then at the same time, it brought emotional vulnerability. She admitted to family and friends that the action symbolized so dramatically that the fact that my bridges had really been irrevocably burned. Home will never be the same again. That's what she said. She sought out her favorite uncle, Dean Brimhall, and she was reportedly in tears when she confronted her favorite uncle, Dean Brimhall. This is reportedly in tears. I couldn't find but
do we know how Dean reacted?
Yeah, so members of the McKays, of Brodie's immediate family, discounted reports of her emotional response, that she did respond in tears, recalling her as less conflicted by the excommunication. So it was hard to determine, you have this one report that she came to tears to her uncle, but you got other family members saying, well, she wasn't she wasn't that emotionally, whatever her emotional state, Brodie was sensitive to her parents' situation. She sought to reassure both her mother and father that the excommunication itself meant nothing except insofar as it might make you unhappy. So that's how she, responded to her family. It bothers me insofar as it might make you unhappy. And then she goes on to say, it's really a very little thing, she told them, and perhaps the logical outcome of an evolutionary process in my own thinking and acting. She was, in fact, quite satisfied to be considered a rebel by church authorities, and to be taken this seriously, she added, might almost be considered a compliment.
Yeah.
That's what, So that's what, so anyway, that's her, and then she sought to put the whole affair quickly behind her as focusing her attention on other matters.
Yeah, like I think 1946 begins the year where Mormon excommunication for apostasy becomes a badge of honor. Because from 1946 on, if you get excommunicated for apostasy, it's probably because you spoke the truth about the church and its history, and the church didn't like it and wanted to silence you.
Yeah.
And I think Bill Reel and Sam Young and Kate Kelly and myself and others, Leah and Cody Young, we feel not shamed by the excommunication, but proud. And I think we wear excommunication as a badge. Paul Toscano and Margaret Toscano talked about this as well.
Yeah.
I think Paul Toscano once called Mormon excommunication for apostasy something like the most sacred Mormon sacrament of all, because it basically means that you've lived up to the church's ideal of truth being important and being courageous and doing what is right and letting the consequence follow. Anyway, I just have huge props to Fawn Brodie, and it makes me feel good that she she reflected on her excommunication with pride, in confidence, just like I think I ended up feeling as well. So I feel a kinship to Fawn Brodie in that regard. Yeah. So, all right. So Newell, I'm curious but the other thing I want to say is excommunication is still a violent act. It offends, it puts your parents in a hard spot, your siblings, your aunts, your uncles, your grandparents, your cousins. It kind of it spoils your home, your family, and your community in really material ways. And in that way, it shames you in your tribe. It shames you in your community. And I think what I heard you say is that she said home will never be the same again. Is that right?
Right. And family have told me that when they, various family members getting back to the relationship with McKay, that whenever they had extended McKay family reunions, they were always generally held in Huntsville. So she'd go back to Huntsville every year. And according to family members, David O. McKay and Fawn Brodie just avoided each other. He never had anything further to do with her. And so that's why I come back to the Gregory Prince thing. That was completely fabricated.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not classy. So David O. McKay didn't treat her pastorally with love and care and kindness.
No, certainly not.
He did not treat her as Jesus would treat someone who had sinned. He gave her the cold shoulder and treated her like she didn't exist. And that's a prophet, seer, and revelator, of God, a special witness of Christ, right?
Well, as I say, he was angry and bitter over the embarrassment that she had brought not only to the church but to the family.
Yeah.
I mean, that was where he was coming from. He was, as I say, there was this public image of love in the home, harmony, and all of that. That was David McKay's favorite hymn was "Love at Home."
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you look at now, like Kara and I just spent an entire weekend with like 40 or 45 Mormons in faith crisis, and by far the number one most traumatic thing we saw were people that had, they'd either lost close family relationships because of their faith crisis, or they had been cut off completely, or divorced, or whatever. That behavior of ostracizing and cutting family off because of faith differences, again, it ties directly to Jesus, but it also ties directly to our top church leadership, because David O. McKay sets the example here, right?
Well,
it's church before family, right?
Well, I think it was his own personal image had a lot to do with it. I mean, he's maintaining this public persona, at the same time that he's not always acting that way in private. As I say, that was the theme of, that's how I interpreted his life, and I found it to be in some ways he was almost as fascinating as Fawn Brodie, but in a different perspective.
Yeah,
and so I was a little bit disappointed with Greg's a fine piece of scholarship in terms of the sources he had, but it didn't do quite the job that I had hoped it would.
Yeah, he was trying to make kind of a hero out of David.
Yeah, it's interesting because Greg has his issues with the church, as you're well aware. I don't know how well. I don't know how well you know. Has a gay sister who had left and's become an Episcopal Unitarian, yeah, and I guess Unitarian. Isn't his sister's partner the Episcopal bishop of?
No, I think that's the Irish, Kathleen Tanner Irish, who just passed away. But my understanding is that Greg Prince's sister,
she's gay. She's a lesbian.
She's gay, and that she or her partner ran the Unitarian church.
Oh, they did
here in kind of South Salt Lake, San Diego.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Not Episcopalian.
Okay.
Unitarian.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, David O. McKay's love at home publicly, but privately he's ostracizing and alienating his family members that lose their faith. Are you surprised?
No, but I mean, the structure of the church is authoritarian. It's dogmatic. It's, like you said, the church before family. So yeah, you'll have love at home if you kick the people out who don't agree with you. So, yeah, everything will be peaceful if they're sitting outside.
Yeah, that's sad. Sad and dark. Okay, well, how did Fawn Brodie pick up the pieces after being cut off from her tribe?
She went on with her life. I mean, became a doting, caring mother. Because right after the excommunication, her second son Bruce is born, and then some 4 years after that, after she goes through the trauma of 2 miscarriages. Her third and final child, Pamela, is born in 1950, and so she really engages herself in the role of being a full-time mother. But at the same time, she still has this drive to do research and writing, and she moves on into non-Mormon topics as her, but she still maintains a lively interest in Mormon scholarship and so on, and does a number of articles, dealing with different issues and personalities and things within the LDS Church. But her major focus in terms of writing and research are on non-Mormon topics. I mean, she goes on to write a very definitive biography of Thaddeus Stevens, which takes her an inordinate amount of time to write. She doesn't complete the Thaddeus Stevens biography until 1959. I like to point out that it took her as long to write her biography of Thaddeus Stevens as it took me to write my biography of Fawn Brodie. We both took 13 years to write our respective biographies, and so I kind of identified with Fawn in what she was going through when she was doing Thaddeus Stevens, and that got very good reviews. It's probably the least controversial of all of her books. It got universally very positive reviews from the historical community. It really cemented her status as a legitimate American historian. It gave a revisionist view of Reconstruction. It dealt with, because Thaddeus Stevens was a leader of Reconstruction, the father of the
post-slavery, basically, right?
Yeah, well, he was an abolitionist, and he was the father of the 14th Amendment, probably one of the most important of all of the amendments of the amendments in the U.S. Constitution. And she went on from there to do a fascinating biography of Richard Burton, not the Elizabeth Taylor Richard Burton, but Richard Burton, who was a British explorer. He was exploring. He was a guy that was renowned as an explorer of Africa. He was a visitor to America, and she got interested in Richard Burton because he had come to Utah, and she had previously edited a book written by Richard Burton on Utah and the Mormons. So it kind of got her a little bit back into Mormon history from that perspective, but the thrust of the biography was on the complete life of Richard Burton, this international explorer, kind of a controversial guy, according to her. She was always interested in issues dealing with sex. I mean, that was one of the things that's fascinating about Fawn Brodie, was her topics all had a strong sexual element to it. Obviously with Joseph Smith, but with Thaddeus Stevens, it was in his relationship with his black slave, or black, she wasn't a slave, but his African-American servant or housekeeper. He got involved in a relationship with her. And then with Richard Burton, the whole sexual thing that comes in is according to Brodie, he was interested in all things sexual, sort of like Fawn Brodie was. And to quote Fawn Brodie, Richard Burton tried everything in the sexual market. That was one of the famous quotes that he made. And then, of course, from there, after Richard Burton was published in 1967, she went on to do her most successful, her most widely acclaimed, and in some ways, probably the most controversial of her biographies, and that, of course, was her Thomas Jefferson, An Intimate History, where she gets into the whole thing with this relationship with his black slave mistress, Sally Hemings.
Yeah.
And then from there, that was published in 1974, and that really established her as a historian of national renown. And meanwhile, she was becoming a full professor at UCLA in the history department, well established, even though she never got her doctorate, and both of her degrees were not in history but in English. She actually secured tenure, which is very unusual. She was a woman, And she didn't have, but she broke barriers in a number of ways when she was at UCLA, thanks to the quality of her scholarship. But by the time she got to UCLA as a full professor, she had also done the Thomas Jefferson biography, which was published. They were published by W.W. Norton. Her last 4 books were all published by Norton rather than Knopf, because she got into some issues with Knopf over her Thaddeus Stevens manuscript. They gave up on her. They thought she'd never finish it because it took her 13 years to write it. And they say, you're on your own. You got to find another publisher. And so that's why she ended up going with W.W. Norton, which is very, as prestigious and as famous as Knopf, W.W. Norton. And they published her 4 subsequent books. And of course, the Thomas Jefferson book became a national bestseller. It was on the New York Times bestseller list for 13 weeks. It made her it's been estimated at the time, it made her at least $500,000, sold thousands of copies, tens of thousands of copies. It really put her on the map. By that time, she had become a national figure.
That's got to be hard for the church to see the author of the most damaging biography about Joseph Smith ever written become a national figure, nationally
recognized and acknowledged as this eminent historian. She received, national recognition, national honors for her by this time. And so when she finished Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, by the way, I know how U.S. citizens tend to lionize their founders. It had to have been deeply troubling and scandalous for her to be accusing Thomas Jefferson of fathering a child with his black slave Sally Hemings.
It enraged the so-called Jefferson establishment. Because she was an outlier coming in and doing a biography on Thomas Jefferson, and there were all these other scholars, people like Newell Jensen and there was a whole group of people that had done extensive work. Dumas Mallow, he was the guy. He was considered the dean of Jefferson historians. He'd done a multi-volume biography, several volumes on and these guys had been working for years on Thomas Jefferson, and Fawn Brodie comes in and does her intimate history, emphasizing the Sally Hemings thing and Thomas Jefferson's sexuality and the ambiguities over how he dealt with slavery. Because Thomas Jefferson was a conflicted individual, and that's what really appealed to Fawn. She liked to do complex, conflicted individuals.
Because he writes the Declaration of Independence and says that all
men are created equal,
right.
And here he's the owner of some 300 black slaves.
And he's having children with
he's messing around in the slave quarters, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's American history is complicated, right?
Well, that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fascinating for me as a historian.
Yeah.
But anyway, after she completes the Thomas Jefferson biography, she is, as I say, she's a national celebrity by this time.
Yeah.
And she says, where is there to go but down after doing Thomas Jefferson? So she's kind of in a quandary. Initially, ironically enough, people are trying to talk her into doing a Brigham Young biography. And some of the kind of leading lights in Utah, some of the people, some of the leading individuals in the academic community are saying, gosh, you did Thomas Jefferson, why not do Brigham Young? And so she...
Had Leonard Arrington already done his Brigham Young biography at that point?
This was prior to Arrington, because Arrington's Brigham Young did not come out until 75.
Okay.
Yeah, and so there hadn't been a decent Brigham Young biography. Stanley Hurrichan had done really a slipshod, superficial biography on, and that's why she was being encouraged to do a Brigham Young biography, but she backed off pretty quickly. And
I'm sure the church would have much rather had Leonard Arrington write that,
which he
that
did.
Brigham Young biography over Fawn Brodie, right?
And that
because Brigham Young's more problematic than Joseph Smith in many ways, right?
Well, I kind of had some issues with Leonard Arrington, but that's for another podcast maybe. Right. But anyway, when I did my little I don't know if you've seen my biography. It's
what's it called?
It's called Brigham Young and the Expanding American Frontier, initially published by Little Brown in 1976. That's a big publisher. It was, and you know who the guy was that was my editor was the eminent historian Oscar Handlin, who was a professor at Harvard University. Yeah.
So you wrote a credible biography of Brigham Young.
I consider it credible, and I think most
probably more honest.
Well, I tried to present him in a more objective way than what Leonard Arrington did.
So was yours even a response to like what Leonard didn't get right?
No, it came out concurrently because that was one of the sad things, because his was published he was working on his Brigham Young at the same time I was, and I wasn't trying to replicate or supersede him. I'd been approached, I actually approached Little Brown because they had a series of short biographies in what they call Library of American Biography, and they have specialists in each area. Like Oscar Handlin did one on Abraham Lincoln. You had people like Edmund Morgan, who did one on John Winthrop. They're leading figures in American history, and they're part of a series, Library of American Biography, and that. So mine was intended. It didn't have any footnotes. But it had extensive bibliography. But it was designed for scholarly readers and for university. It could be adapted as a university supplementary a text if they wanted to. And so it was short biography. It was only about 250 pages, whereas Arrington's, I think, was something like in the neighborhood of 500-600 pages.
Got it. Okay. Wow. I that's really cool to know that you wrote that Brigham Young biography during the same time Leonard Arrington.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of scary because I'm getting a little bit off track here, because I was really worried when because we were working on our biographies concurrently, and I was so worried that when his biography came out, it would completely supersede anything, that I wouldn't have anything new to say or any new perspective, because I suspected he would. I thought that he would probably be. It would be more of a full-fleshed biography on Brigham Young, but as it turned out, it was wanting in a couple of three areas. Number one, it was wanting on the way that Arrington treated polygamy, and that was one. I dealt with it more extensively in that little Brigham Young book, and also wanting in the way he dealt with race and slavery.
Right.
I mean, and those are two issues.
Those are things the church wants to avoid talking about: slavery and polygamy, right?
And so when my biography came out, it was virtually ignored. I mean, so I was. I mean, it was. I didn't mean to go off on that.
No, that's important.
But I was going to go on to her last biography.
Yeah, you were saying that. How do you top?
How do you top Thomas Jefferson? How do you top a national bestseller? And so her last biography was on Richard Nixon.
Yep.
And again, the issue of sexuality comes into play, because somehow she developed the idea or belief that
Richard Nixon?
Richard Nixon was gay, that he was bisexual.
What?
Yeah. I mean, that
comes out in her book.
Well, no, she couldn't come up with the evidence, the smoking gun, to not.
Does she make allegations or allusions
not
to
in
that?
the book itself, but when she was doing research, she says, I'm convinced he was probably involved in a relationship with Bebe Rebozo, because he spent so much time alone with Bebe Rebozo on his boat and everything else, and down at his place in Florida, and so she thought she would be able to expose his bisexuality. but it never happened, and she never put it in the book. It never. It was on the cutting room floor, so to speak.
Got it.
And it was a kind of a point. In many ways, it was probably the least satisfactory of her biographies. She really got in. Each successive biography became became increasingly psychobiographical, and with Richard Nixon, it was almost like a psychobiographical effort to psychoanalyze the guy in terms of certain psychobiographical themes. She had done a little bit with Thomas Jefferson, but she was doing really a lot with Richard Nixon, and she had intended to do a life to death, to his resignation, because he hadn't died yet. She had intended to do a biography that would take it through his presidential years, but she contracted cancer, and she had to scale back what she wanted to do. And so it only dealt with his pre-presidential years, the shaping of his personality. It was called Richard Nixon, The Shaping of His Personality. And it wasn't published until after her death. She was going through the page proofs as she was dying of cancer.
I didn't realize that. What year did she die?
She died in 1981.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she contracted cancer, lung cancer, that took her down.
But not a smoker, probably.
No, she never was.
Okay.
Although I've heard people say that they thought they made accusations that she was a smoker, but she claimed that she never smoked in her life, and I take her at her word.
Maybe there's lots of dust on all these documents. Just flipping through.
Yeah. Well, I have emphysema, and I what they call it CP. What is that thing that
breathing stuff?
Breathing stuff.
Yeah.
And I got it from two sources. I was a little bit of a smoker because I was rebellious when I was in college, and that was my stupid rebellious years when I had to prove I was not a practicing Mormon by going around smoking. Everybody was smoking in the 60s anyway, and my wife shamed me into giving it up when we got married. She came out of a non-Mormon background. She's actually came out of a Catholic background, and both her parents smoked. And she said to me, "I'll be damned if I'm going to marry another smoker." And I quit because of her behest. After we,
good for your wife.
Thank my wife, who is not even Mormon. And but the damage was apparently done. It was compounded by the fact that I worked for 2 years in a bakery.
Wow.
And I was breathing up all that flour dust.
Flour dust. Yeah.
I was around that damn flour dust for 2 years, and I attribute that probably as much because I was concurrently smoking at the same time. And then we live in foul air down in the San Joaquin Valley in California.
Let me ask you this: so Fawn Brodie, I mean, it's hard. How do you study Joseph Smith and not end up being fascinated with sexuality? Because on the one hand, you're raised to think he's the most righteous man next to Jesus. And then you find out later he's marrying 14-year-olds, sister pairs, mother-daughter pairs, other men's wives, and he was clearly what some would say kind of a sexual predator. How do you confront that contrast of what he was raised up as versus what he actually was, and not kind of think from then on that sex really does drive so much? Mm-hmm. And so it makes sense that she would think about that a lot, Newell, as she's dealing with these subsequent figures as she's writing her biographies. But let me ask you this, Neil. Somehow I came across the idea at some point that Fawn Brodie was accused of being a lesbian by Mormon apologists as a way to undermine her. So are you familiar? You've never heard that accusation?
I never heard that. I mean, as far as I can tell, she was very devoted to her husband. She was very devoted to her family. I mean, ironically, she fulfilled the role of what you'd expect of a traditional Mormon mother when she was no longer a Latter-day Saint. Just the way that she carried on as a stable marriage, married to her husband, all the way until he died initially of cancer. And she was devastated by his death. I mean, she was working on of Bernard. When Bernard died, she was just absolutely devastated by the death of Bernard. And I think emotionally, she never recovered from that because they were very devoted to one another. I mean, the marriage had its rough spots. There's no doubt about it, because he got married he got involved in an extramarital affair, and it really, really upset and angered her when her husband, because apparently she had trouble with her sexuality. I talk a little bit about that in the book. She for whatever reason, I think she got it from her mother, because she was very close to her mother, and her mother, according to family members, and the older sister told me outright, says, my mother hated sex. I mean that just kind of jumped off in that interview that I did with her. And whereas Flora, the older sister, didn't have that problem. She was she had no problems with her sexuality or the sexual relationship she had with her husband. But Fawn apparently struggled with her own sexuality, which she had, I guess, because she was so heavily influenced by her mother. And so I think maybe that was one of the reasons why Bernard got maybe involved in this extramarital relationship, because that part of their marriage was somewhat wanting, the sexual relationship between Bernard and Fawn. But that was the only rough spot that I found in what was otherwise an extremely harmonious relationship.
So you're not saying that she questioned her own sexuality in terms of being bisexual or lesbian?
No.
You're saying she
have no evidence for that.
Possibly didn't have a high libido.
But I think so. Okay. I think that's more likely.
Or that she wasn't as interested in sex.
She agonized with her sister. She says, I'm just having trouble trying to resolve this. I just don't have the same sexual drive that you do. That's why she, her and her sister going, and I interviewed her sister, and she was very open, very frank about, that Fawn struggled with her sexuality. And I think
her sex drive.
The sex drive.
When people hear sexuality, they think, bisexual or lesbian.
But I mean her sexual drive and intimate relations with her husband.
Okay, got it.
And I think that's probably why maybe Bernard wandered off a little bit there. But I don't think it was a long-lasting relationship that he had with this other woman.
So as someone, that's great to know. As someone who has to now walk around Utah being viewed as like one of the most evil or, the biggest enemies of the church, she must have been public enemy number one of the Mormon church throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And yet Utah, was her home of origin, and all her family lived here. Do you have any sense for what, as her life advances, how she was treated, what her reputation was, and what it was like for her to be viewed as public enemy number one by the church?
Well, I think that in a way, the church, didn't like her. But the academic, intellectual community were very much enamored with her, because when she came back to Utah to give speeches, and she was made a fellow of the Utah Historical Society, received honors, local honors, as an eminent historian, and I know there was one speech that she gave. It was and it was at the University of Utah. And they just it was on her critique of the black priesthood denial thing. This was in '67 when that issue was really
we need a copy
bubbling
of that
for the
speech.
surf. Can we manipulate history? Can we manipulate history? And that was a seminal address that she gave.
That's the name of her address?
Yeah. Can we manipulate history?
And add it to the show notes? Can we manipulate history?
And it was on
Fawn Brodie gives this talk.
Yeah, gives this talk, and what it does is she is trying to. It's kind of almost giving a little bit of an effort to rehabilitate Joseph Smith's character insofar as his attitudes toward race were concerned, because what she tried to do in that speech is show, say that Joseph Smith was much more enlightened on the issue of race than Brigham Young was, and that that at least one black was ordained to the priesthood, and that he became anti-slavery when he ran for president in 1844 and on his own independent. That he had a strong he'd moved from, when he was in Missouri, he tended to be more pro-slavery. He kind of went along because Missouri was a slave state, but by the time they got to Illinois, which was a non-slave state, he had moved toward being anti-slavery because the North was becoming increasingly anti-slavery, and but that hadn't been sufficiently acknowledged, and that speech filled the University of Utah ballroom to overflowing. I think there were over 400 people that listened to that speech. Unfortunately, I wasn't there because by that time I had moved to California and was doing graduate work at UC Davis, and so I had just barely left the state when she came and gave that speech.
You said that was 1967?
That was 1967.
So I'm just thinking, in my own understanding of history, I have 1968 in my mind. As David O. McKay is aging, Hugh B. Brown wants the priesthood ban to be lifted.
Right.
And so he's lobbying the quorum, kind of as David O. McKay is more on the senile side, and almost gets the priesthood ban rescinded in 1968.
Until Harold B. Lee puts the kibosh on it.
Right.
It's Harold B. Lee that stops all that.
Is that in your book?
That's very much in my book. That's my latest work. It's going to be published later this month. Yeah, it's Signature Books. Harold B. Lee. It's a part of the kind of a short biography series that Gary Bajera approached me. He said, "Will you be willing to do a biography of Harold B. Lee?" And I never thought of doing a Harold B. Lee biography. He's never been one of the people that I just see him as kind of a villain, because he put the kibosh on lifting the ban in 1969, and actually
was it 69 or 68?
69 when he put the kibosh, and they issued the statement reaffirming black priesthood denial as a doctrine, not a practice, but they had originally elevated it to the status of a doctrine, as Matt Harris has probably told you, in 1949. That was the first official statement saying it is now a doctrine. It's a fixed doctrine. Yeah. And then 1969 reaffirms the fact it's still a fixed doctrine.
Well, it just if you think about 1968, 1969, Hugh B. Brown trying to make these changes, you have to wonder how much he was influenced by Fawn Brodie making this talk at the U of U in 1967.
Well, no, he was more influenced, actually. I've dealt with this in an article that's coming out in the Journal of Mormon History, which precedes, where I point out that Hugh B. Brown was influenced by was influenced more by two books that had been done on blacks. He was influenced by he was influenced by a little book that was done by Stephen Taggart called Mormonism's Negro Policy that had been published. That's what really inspired him.
Hugh B. Brown.
That inspired Hugh B. Brown. Said he'd read that book and he says, "Hey, we've got to lift this ban." It was a little book, very modest volume, but it pointed out, it emphasized the fact that the denial doctrine was not based on any kind of revelation and it was it was more the Taggart book than it was Fawn Brodie.
Well, I'm just kind of channeling this idea that Fawn Brodie has made by the late 1960s, she's had all this acclaim as a biographer. David O. McKay is literally the president of the church now for probably 15, 20 years. She has the courage, the strength as a woman to come to Salt Lake City, speak to a sold-out crowd at the University of Utah, and basically condemn the church for misleading the world and its membership about blacks in the priesthood. I mean, I just that seems like almost like a cinematic moment in time for her, for racism, and for the church in its treatment of history.
Yeah, I mean, the title of the article, "Can We Manipulate History?" also alludes to the fact that there was this other story.
So the name of the article is, so the name of the speech that she gave, Hotel Utah, Salt Lake City, October 3rd, 1970, is "Can We Manipulate the Past" by Fawn Brodie.
I'm pretty sure that's the title.
Okay,
and then the only thing I can't find it, but I can find a review of it by Marvin Hill called "The Manipulation of History."
Yeah, he came back. He was
Perfect.
their hitman down there at the time.
So even that the church assigned a hitman. So again, to either Kara or our listeners, if anybody can help us find that original speech by Fawn Brodie, I would love to read that speech because again, she was excommunicated for telling the truth in 46. And then for the next 40, 50, 60 years, the church hid and deceived people about its history, intentionally, consciously knowing. And it wasn't until the Gospel Topics essays in response to the internet that the church got religion and started being honest and open about its history.
You're kind of oversimplifying, I think, that trajectory, because actually what happens, it's a more complicated story because Lester Bush, I'm sure you've heard
73,
of his.
the dialogue
73,
article.
the seminal dialogue article. That is an important turning point because he presents so much compelling evidence, documentation, and everything else that it has a direct effect on the decision ultimately to lift the ban, and that comes during Harold B. Lee's presidency, that Lester Bush article. And initially, Harold B. Lee and the other leaders are very hostile toward Lester Bush. I mean, he would be a person that you might find interesting to interview because his story is very, very interesting. What Lester Bush went through. He and Greg Prince, are very very good friends, and he would give you, I think, if he was willing to talk. I know he is pretty well moved away from the church. He was very active, very committed at one time, and according to Greg Prince, who's probably his closest friend, he was beat up too many times and just finally withdrew
for telling the truth about the church's history.
And that's
right?
that's a sad story, because when Bush produced that article, what he was trying to do is present a case that the church, it's overwhelming evidence that the church needed to lift the ban. And this was in 73, 74. And he was hoping that they would see the light and lift the ban. And I talk a little bit about that in my Harold B. Lee thing.
That's great.
That they'd lift the ban, and instead of lifting the ban, they doubled down. Yeah. I mean, it was a situation in which they actually doubled down on affirming the legitimacy of the ban as doctrine. And it wasn't until after Harold B. Lee's death. I mean, if Harold B. Lee had lived, I'm convinced that it wouldn't have been if he lived the normal lifespan of previous prophets, it wouldn't have been lifted for at least another 10 to 20 years.
Well, I'll ask either Kara or our listeners to help us find that Fawn Brodie speech, because Kara, I think we should do our own sort of reaction video to reading her talking about the church hiding and deceiving people about its history that she writes in the late 60s, early 70s. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
Yeah, we'll get our hands on all this stuff. I know we will.
Okay. All right. Well, Newell, so what else, you took us up to her death in 81, you say?
Yeah, 81.
And she must have died relatively wealthy because she made so much money off her books.
But yet she was. They weren't overly wealthy. I mean, they already had a beautiful home up in Pacific Palisades, and they were already well off because of her income and his income from, retired emeritus UCLA professors, and then all the additional income. But her death, it's interesting because I don't know if you know this part of the story, and I think it needs to be told about her last, as she was dying of cancer. I don't know if you've heard the story. I think maybe balance out a little bit about her last. when she was, really in pain and really in suffering, it was a spontaneous outburst that she makes. I'll see if I can find that.
So you're looking.
This is it right here. It's in the last part of the book, and it's her devout Mormon brother visits her in the hospital. And I think this part of the story needs to be told because it indicates maybe some ambiguity of I don't know how it would be taken, but anyway,
this is her father's namesake.
This is her father, her younger brother,
right? But what's his name?
His name is Thomas.
Okay.
It's Thomas McKay. I think his middle name is Thomas. Let me see, B. McKay. He's named after I think it's Thomas B. McKay. He visits her in the hospital, and as she's dying, she's in her last days, and she suddenly blurts out, "Oh, Tommy, give me a blessing." And this younger brother is surprised at her sister's request, given both her long-standing estrangement from the church, of which she'd remained, of which he had remained a devout member, and her relatively distant relationship with him, because she'd been much closer to her sisters than she had her devout Mormon brother. Nevertheless, he accepted Fawn's request as a spontaneous reaction. After talking to her at some length, Thomas gave Fawn the blessing. It was the only way he knew to console his dying sister. Within days, Fawn felt the need to issue a public statement clarifying her motives for asking for this blessing, and so she issues this document dated the 31st of December, 1980, to whom it may concern. And the statement said the following. She explained receiving the blessing. She said. That she explained that in the same way that her father, the elder Thomas McKay, had communicated blessings over the years as a kind of family patriarch, so did Fawn want a blessing from her brother. Grateful that she for what she had having received the blessing, Fawn did not want anybody to misinterpret the incident. And this is what Fawn said in that statement. Any exaggeration that I was asking to be taken back into the Mormon church at that moment, I strictly repudiate and would for all time, she said. And so the contents of Fawn Brodie's formal statement, combined with the recollections of the various family members, suggest at least three possible explanations for her extraordinary request. First, at the time of her brother's visit, Fawn was not completely lucid. Her son, Bruce, considered her brain damaged by that point. Pam, who had spent most of the time with her mother during this period, recalled that Fawn was heavily drugged at the time Thomas McKay's visit, and that the particular drugs were being prescribed caused her periods of hallucination. Pam suggested that her mother's request came during such a period. A second possible motive for Fawn's spontaneous outburst, suggested by her son, was that her mother was anxious to reconcile with her brother, with whom she'd been estranged, and this was a process of reconciliation. A third, somewhat less evident motive for Fawn's request has been suggested by two other family members, Thomas McKay himself and Flora McKay Crawford, that's the older sister, who agreed with her brother's conjecture. Thomas called Fawn's request, that she was close to death, as, that he was harking back, went back to the days of her as a youth, suffering from illnesses, as she always did, because she had a little bit of frail health when she was a child. She suffered from a number of childhood maladies, and so her father had given her blessings as a child. That was, common in that devout Mormon home, and so this is kind of harking back. that Fawn would receive these faith healing blessings. And according to Thomas, Fawn still had this basic Mormon teaching in her thinking. To him, her behavior seemed natural. She was acutely ill, and she made her request of him in a desperate situation.
Makes sense.
So, that was one of the most controversial aspects I handled in the book, because the family, who were all, her immediate family, her children, who were non-believers and secular like her, initially, lambasted me for referring to this blessing, but I felt it was such an important part. It was like a final coda in her life, and I felt I had to put that in there as kind of the final thing that happens before she dies.
But there's nothing the Mormon Church would love more than to be able to say that on her deathbed she
wanted to become
the church.
and I think rumors have circulated out there to that fact, and so that's why I tried to clarify it in the way that I did in the book itself. But it deserves to be mentioned, to be put in a proper context, which I tried to do. It was one of, as I say, it was among the more controversial aspects that I put into the biography.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I really want to ask you about comparing really quickly. You did a full comparison of Rough Stone Rolling with No Man Knows My History. Before we jump to that, is there anything else you want to say about Fawn Brodie's life before we just have you give your best analysis of the comparison of the two books?
Well, I think I pretty well covered it. It in a perfunctory fashion. I think I covered it pretty well.
Okay, so I remember going to Sunstone years and years ago, excited to hear you do an analysis, because Richard Bushman, I guess Donna Hill did a biography on Joseph Smith. Dan Vogel, has done a biography, but the right now in Mormon consciousness, I guess it's three. It's Dan Vogel's book, Richard Bushman's book, and Fawn Brodie's book. But I just remember a lot of excitement at the time of will Bushman come out with a book that kind of replaces or makes Fawn Brodie's book obsolete? So what would you like to say about comparing Rough Stone Rolling to No Man Knows My History? What would you like to say about that and Richard Bushman's job with Rough Stone Rolling?
Well, I would say the following: that when people ask me, well, what's the best biography to read on Joseph Smith? And I guess out of fairness, I have to say that you should consult two books specifically, and maybe a third, which would be Vogel's book, because Vogel's book is not a complete biography. It only deals with the early life, because I reviewed and I read that very carefully. I read it in the page-proof stage, actually, and I did a blurb on the back of, if you got a copy of Vogel's book, you'll notice I did write a blurb for it. But Vogel's book is mainly dealing with the early life of Joseph Smith. It doesn't take it up through his career as a Mormon leader. So when I talk about two complete biographies of Joseph Smith that stand out, it has to be by default. It has to be the Bushman and, of course, Brodie. And when people ask me what to read, I tell them to read both. I tell them they should look at both the Brodie and the Bushman books to get a balanced perspective on Joseph Smith, because I think one of the things that the Brodie slights, and she admits this herself when she wrote the book, is a lot dealing with the doctrinal and theological development. She deals with those things, but more from a secular perspective, whereas Bushman makes more of an effort to deal with it from kind of an evolutionary theological doctrinal perspective. And but I'll say this about comparing the two books specifically: the much more readable one, and the one where you get really a sense of a life being lived in its fullest sense, is the Brodie book, because it's written in a much more engaging style, because Brodie was trained in English literature, and that, in a way, it was to her advantage, but to her detriment, because she was able to write with clear, lucid, engaging prose and give you a feeling for a life as it's being lived. Whereas Richard Bushman's book, in my opinion, is more like a legal brief. He's acknowledging what Brodie has said in her book, and he's saying, well, this is what's been alleged about, the idea of, different multiple versions of the first vision, what's been said about the historicity of the Book of Mormon, and he acknowledges these arguments, but then he, and it's clear he's, without always mentioning Brodie, he's referring to Brodie, but then he gives that side, but he gives his side and says, this is really the way it was, almost like a legal brief, acknowledging the arguments made by the other side, but then finally saying, it to me, I found it a somewhat of a I don't know how, I hate to use the word ponderous, but kind of a ponderous read to get through. And I knew the story well because having done a lot of work and research on Joseph Smith's lives. But it contains a lot of essential details and information, because Bushman, unlike Brodie, had access to primary documents that were unavailable when she wrote her book. So he's able to bring in more detail and more insights into certain aspects of Joseph Smith's actions and behavior that Brodie wasn't able to do in hers. So that's why I recommend his alongside hers, and it tends to make the case for the theological rationale for the way that Mormon doctrines and practices evolved. He makes more of a serious attempt to do that, justifying it within a church-sanctioned framework. It's been so long, there was the weakest area of the book. I thought one of the weakest areas was his handling of Bushman. I'm speaking of was his handling of polygamy. It's the same argument that I had against the Arrington when he wrote his Brigham Young biography. I mean, it's almost like the elephant in the room when they get to polygamy. It's he doesn't handle he handles it in a somewhat superficial fashion, in my opinion. Here you have this massive biography, and I thought he could do more. I mean, in that instance, you have to go to Todd Compton's in Sacred Loneliness to really get the full-fledged story of Joseph Smith, and it's a disappointment because Bushman had access to all that work that Todd Compton had done in Sacred Loneliness, and doesn't really utilize the material in the way that he could have in dealing with the whole life of Joseph Smith.
Yeah, I imagine if you're Richard Bushman.
That was the greatest weakness, is the handling of polygamy.
Yeah. Does he even acknowledge polyandry in Rough Stone Rolling?
It's been years since I've read his book, and I can't remember if he did or not. I'd have to go back and look at the reviews that I did for. I did a real extensive book review. I'm pretty sure it was for the John Whitmer Historical Journal, and boy, it was not just a 500-word review, but it was a review essay. I tried to go into quite a bit about what I saw as the strengths and the weaknesses, because I thought he did a significant work. I think the Bushman book really deserves to be acknowledged and to be confronted. I would urge readers to read both Fawn Brodie and Bushman, and supplement it with Todd Compton to get the full picture of polygamy.
Well, my sense is that, and what I think I heard you just say is that Fawn Brodie is a much more interesting and compelling read.
Very much so.
Whereas Bushman's book is kind of boring and thick and hard to get through.
It's tedious. I don't know about boring.
Tedious, tedious.
It's a tedious read, I thought.
Yeah, who wants to read a tedious book?
Yeah, I mean, it was the same thing with Leonard Arrington. Arrington's book, in many ways, his biography of Brigham Young is almost like an institutional history rather than really giving you a feeling for a life being lived. And that, as I think I indicated earlier, much to my relief, my book turned out to be much different, because I thought mine was going to be a pale imitation of what he'd written earlier, and it turned out to be an entirely different approach.
Yeah, and then Bushman had more details, but it's because the church gave him access to the original documents, and Fawn Brodie, they kept the original documents from her. But even so, did Bushman, what important information that would be interesting to our audience did Bushman contribute on top of what Brodie, shared? Were there any important contributions you remember from Bushman's biography?
I think he tries to present, it's almost like a kind of a prelude to the gospel topics essays, right, in handling controversial topics. He presented some of the same arguments in his book about trying to explain things like the multiple versions of the first vision, the historicity of the Book of Mormon, and the Book of Abraham. I mean, it presents, I think, the initial arguments that probably were used, I would figure, served as a template for the writing of the gospel topics essays. So I think it's interesting from that perspective, because it tries to present the arguments and the basic, and he does acknowledge some of Joseph Smith's weaknesses and flaws, in terms of his behavior, and that he was, that he was practicing polygamy on the sly from Emma, and it does. But the other book I would suggest that you would want to supplement Bushman and Brodie with would be Newell and Avery's biography of Emma Smith. If you're going to talk about Joseph Smith, that would be the other book that would that they did a beautiful job.
That's Mormon Enigma, right?
Mormon Enigma,
so we'll include
by
that
Linda Newell and Val Avery. Well, I mean, two fantastic women who really, God, they went through they've gone through some difficult times as far as the church is concerned, as you're probably aware.
So I guess if you're going to read 3 books about early Mormon history, it's No Man Knows My History, In Sacred Loneliness by Todd Compton, and Mormon Enigma about Emma. If you really want to understand Joseph Smith, maybe those are the 3 books to read.
Well, but I'd also, I'd push back a little bit, and I'd also recommend Bushman. I really would. As I say, I'm probably not as, even though I'm not a practicing, believing Latter-day Saint, I'll lay that out front. I guess out of fairness, I would. Yeah. I consider myself a. Being a historian, I think you need all sides of the story. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, I'd throw Dan Vogel's book in there, because he gives a different approach. I mean, he did an interesting job with the early life of Joseph Smith. So yeah. I would say, but as I say, it's too bad it wasn't a complete biography. He was intending originally to go all the way up through, but I guess it got too big and too unwieldy. But I think Vogel, it's too bad that it wasn't a complete life to death biography. And I have a lot of regard for Dan Vogel's, and that gives you another important. So I'd add that to the list. I'd add Dan Vogel's to the list. Book. I really would.
Yeah, and I will just add that just this week, Dan Vogel just announced on Facebook that he's completed the manuscript for his second biography of Joseph Smith,
the one
which covers Kirtland,
Kirtland
and
years.
Missouri.
Yeah, Kirtland and Missouri.
That's important,
and that's
right?
That's the center volume in the first 2 that were done. By the first one by Richard Van Wagner. He did the early, the early years of Joseph Smith, and Marty Bradley did the Nauvoo years, and so it's a 3-volume. It's a trilogy. And that's probably, So I guess we'd have to throw that one in there because the signature books published, those all three of those volumes will be out, the trilogy by three different authors of the three phases of Joseph Smith's life. I would want to give a shout out to, because what signature, but they were supposed to come out years ago. That was supposed to come out back in 2005, but I'm sure you're probably aware the volume that Dan Vogel has picked up was originally supposed to be done by another author whose name I forgot at the moment. It was, he very, very brilliant guy, and he had all kinds of emotional problems. You know who I'm thinking of?
No.
Oh, sorry.
But Dan Vogel picked that up.
He picked that up because it was an incomplete. It was incomplete. It was done by. I can't think of it.
It's okay.
Name.
And I read through Dan Vogel shared this week on Facebook kind of the chapter titles and the outline for his book, and it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah,
so.
Well, Dan Vogel always does a first-rate job. I have great respect for him as a scholar.
Would it be in the past I've gotten in trouble for calling Richard Bushman kind of a scholar apologist, that he is a scholar, of course, Columbia, Harvard, all that, but also that you seem to allude to that Rough Stone Rolling is a precursor to the Gospel Topics essays, which I think anyone would describe as being apologetic work. So that implies that, as sacrilegious as this might be in the Mormon studies community to associate Richard Bushman with apologetics, what would be your response to someone saying that Rough Stone Rolling was at least in part an apologetic?
Well, the way I would term it again is a little bit differently, because the word apologetics could have a pejorative meaning. I guess I would say it's a biography written by a true believer. He believes in the prophetic, the prophetic legitimacy of Joseph Smith. There's no doubt about that. And so he's writing as a believing, practicing Latter-day Saint who believes in, pretty much the essence of Joseph Smith as really being a prophet of God. I think that's, whether you call it apologetics or whether you call it
faithful history.
Faithful history, that's a term that Bushman himself has used. It wouldn't be the biography I would have written if I'd written. And I did a short piece on Joseph Smith, which was published in another anthology, because I did my bit on Joseph Smith. It was originally published in the John Whitmer journal many years ago, and reprinted in now another anthology put out by Signature Books. I dealt with him as an American reformer, where he product of the reform period in American history, and I talk about the various reforms that he was advocating, not just in terms of founding a religion, but looking at him as trying to reform American society in a larger sense within the context of other antebellum reformers of that period, like William Lloyd Garrison and the women's suffragettes of that period, people that were calling for prison reform. I did an essay on Joseph Smith as a religious reformer. And so that was my take on Joseph Smith, and that was prior to Bushman's biography.
Okay.
So Can I ask a follow-up to that? Because I have people in my family and others out there within Mormonism that they see Rough Stone Rolling and Bushman as a progressive infiltrating within the church, trying to put all of the rock in the hat, all of the things that are just kind of basic evidence of Joseph Smith's life and the way that the Book of Mormon came about, that those are completely untrue, not founded in the historical record, not true, and a progressive agenda by Bushman, who is not a true believer.
He is a true believer. Bushman was.
I'm saying that's people in my family's criticism, that even down to the Gospel Topics essays, that all of this kind of new information that's coming out that we've been talking about so much, about being more open and honest and transparent in the history, that everything back to Rough Stone Rolling and including Fawn Brodie's book are all complete fabrications
Oh,
to
really?
tear down the church from within the
Really,
church.
even Bushman, they see Bushman as tearing down the church.
Yeah.
That's ironic because, he really is trying to bolster Joseph Smith by being frank and open. I mean, that was one thing. I'll give Bushman credit. You bring up a very interesting point because I think Bushman was trying to be as open and frank as he could, given his basic belief in Mormonism, saying, well, he was a flawed individual. I think it comes down, he was a flawed individual, but he was still a prophet of God. And probably your family, they say, no, he wasn't a flawed individual. They have a hard time accepting him as a full-rounded human being, that he had these flaws and he had these defects, that he went out and took teenage women as wives and took other men's wives as his wives. Bushman acknowledges those sorts of things, and that's probably where they're saying, gosh, but he's demeaning Joseph Smith as excessively as what Fawn Brodie is. So, but I mean, ironically enough, that's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to say we have to accept him as a complex individual, but yet he was still a prophet of God, and that's the essence of what I'm glad you brought up that point, because that's the essence of what he's trying to say in Rough Stone Rolling, as well as refuting the secular claims that he was a conscious fraud put forth by Fawn Brodie. So those are the things that Bushman was trying to do with that book.
Yeah, that's interesting. And it's difficult because, like you were saying, he's trying to show a more well-rounded version of Joseph Smith, so that, like we talk about with inoculation, that if you understand what type of prophet, quote unquote, Joseph Smith was, you won't be quite as taken off kilter when you discover these things. So he does a good job in Rough Stone Rolling, I would agree.
You've read it, I take it.
Yeah, I've tried. I can't say I've gotten all the way through it. I've needed things and sources, so I've read plenty of different ones, which I actually was going to get into in a second. But yeah, my parents don't accept the stone in the hat method for translation of the Book of Mormon. They think that
I don't see what would be wrong with that, because Joseph Smith was a product of his time, and that's basically what Fawn Brodie was trying to show, that this whole thing with magic and the occult and everything else, his fascination for magic and the occult, it helped to generate his involvement with creating a new religion. And I guess if I threw another book in there to recommend in the context of Joseph Smith, it would be Michael Quinn's Mormonism and the Magic Worldview. To me, that's one of the most important Mormon books on Mormon culture ever written. I think that's Mike Quinn's greatest contribution is Mormonism and the Magic Worldview. That is an absolutely outstanding book.
And it might not have ever been written without Fawn Brodie. Is that fair to say?
That's true. That's true.
So she is the OG. She's the OG.
And as we're wrapping up now, I have just one fun little game, quote unquote, that I thought would be interesting. If Newell would tell us, John, I think we should all say, what is our favorite thing that Fawn Brodie published in No Man Knows My History? What's the one thing that it was just a game changer to how you viewed things? So does that make sense?
Sure.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Because I already have it pulled up. I was fascinated by the way that, so you're talking about magic worldview and things that feel like they're undeniable, but people like my parents don't accept. And I think that when Joseph Smith Sr. published in the Wayne Sentinel for a week straight, where he had to dig up Alvin's body because there was rumors going around.
Oh yeah,
about that because they were treasure diggers and grave robbers, that people were messing with his son's body that they had just buried, and that he got upset. He went and uncovered his son's deceased body in the ground, and then published for a week straight, kind of like what's the nicest way to say screw you guys to the townspeople, and then just being really upset that he had to do that, and that people from all over still, after that happened, it just became more solidified that Joseph Smith and his family were known for what Fawn Brodie calls being a necromancer, and had an exceptional talent. And that just spurred that more and more people knew that he, could look into the ground and had an account of hearing he had a possession of certain keys by which he could discern things invisible to the natural eye. So those are like the real historical things that I would love to show my parents. that is just like one item of many that show that is the magical worldview that they had, that there were all of these different intricate things that were at play in Joseph Smith's family. And I really love that part of it's page 28.
All right.
In No Man Knows My History.
Thanks, Kara.
That's my favorite thing
Right.
from the entire book. If you don't have an example off the top of your head, I won't put you on the spot.
I'll just say mine, and Newell, we can end with yours. Like I just like Gerald Tanner didn't run with the Salamander letter when it came out.
Yeah.
But in other words, he had enough honesty and credibility and intelligence to where he wouldn't just run with any spurious or negative accusation made about, the church or Joseph Smith. I thought it was interesting that Fawn Brodie wasn't big on the Spalding manuscript theory.
Right.
That she was one of the first to
She's
debunk
skeptical
it.
on that, yeah.
And even though it's a theory that many would want to use to explain the Book of Mormon, that she was willing to say, no, I don't think there's much to that. So to me, that showed some integrity on her part and some character and some thoughtfulness. But then I also, in addition to her coverage of polygamy and the folk magic stuff, I just was so disturbed by the way, we came to understand through Fawn Brodie Joseph's final couple years. Because once he's like marching the Nauvoo Legion around neighboring cities in almost an intimidating way, the way that he's like commander of the militia, and then he's like not only running for president, this seems to be truly narcissistic kind of behavior. He's not just having 30 or 40 wives, hiding it from Emma, marching the state, Illinois' largest state militia around neighboring towns to intimidate them. He's running for president, but then he's pulling the Council of 50 together and declaring himself king of the world.
Right, yeah.
Right? Like that is it really shows how he kind of went off his rocker towards the end of his life. And that
stood out to you.
Yeah. Okay. So Newell, now we're all dying to know if you had to share one or two of your favorite parts of Fawn Brodie's No Man Knows My History, what would those be for you?
Well, for me, the thing that really attracted my attention and interest was, like you, the final years of his life, the final 2 or 3 years, and all that transpired during those final 2 or 3 years. I mean, mainly from 42 to 44, it was almost manic in terms of what was happening, and Fawn talks about that in some detail, and that part elicited in me the curiosity to know more about all that was occurring. I mean, you've got, like you had mentioned, you've got him running for president. You've got him, beginnings of the temple ceremonies, the endowment and all of that, the formation of the Council of 50, and at the same time realizing that possibly we're going to have to find a new place to settle the saints. Our position in Illinois is becoming untenable, and all of that is coming to a culmination. And I guess that last 2 years, that it's just dizzying. It's like the increased tempo in his activities. It's like a manic development, and whether it's because of his state of mind, what is happening to him, psychologically, in terms of his behavior, because it's like things are kind of closing in on him during those last 2 years, and that's why he's looking for an exit strategy, either by finding a new new place to settle the saints, or whether it has this chaotic campaign running for president. Somehow he feels like he can maybe be elected president. In fact, I dealt in a lot of detail. I found that fascinating that he would have the chest paw to run for president of the United States, and that kind of stimulated me to do a detailed study of that particular activity. I guess there's a new book out which I haven't seen, but I wrote my own article on that, which was published in a collection of essays that Craig Foster and I wrote together called "The Mormon Quest for the Presidency," and I tried to see what was his state of mind when he decided to run for president. And I found Fawn Brodie's explanation that it was simply a publicity stunt. I found that a little bit too facile. I felt there had to be a deeper set of motivations. You don't make a decision like that just as saying, I've got to do this as a publicity stunt. I think there was one part of him, it may have been kind of a distorted part, that really thought he might have a chance of winning. Because I went back, being an American historian, I went back and looked very carefully at what the state of American politics was in 1844 when he ran for president, and it was really very much in a state of flux. I mean, there was a lot of uncertainty about that particular election, and in many ways it could have been an even more pivotal election than it was. In that election, James K. Polk was elected president in 1844, period. He defeated Henry Clay. But there was a lot more right. things going on during the course of that campaign, and Fawn Brodie touched on him, but she really didn't give you a sense, and neither did Richard Bushman. Richard Bushman is sort of disappointing too in that regard, because I thought that was a significant act
election
that Joseph Smith would run, and figured that, and I think there was a part of him that thought he might have a chance of deadlocking the election, because what had happened 20 years earlier, it had turned out to be a deadlocked election, 1824, when the election was thrown into the House of Representatives, and I came to the conclusion that perhaps Joseph Smith thought the same thing would happen in 1844, because there were multiple candidates. There was not only was the two major party candidates, but there was a Liberty Party candidate who was running, and there was the possibility, if enough votes were thrown different ways, it could end up in the House of Representatives, and that Joseph Smith, if he didn't win, it was a forlorn thing that he could even win, but perhaps he could act as a broker. He could he could broker the outcome of the election and perhaps help the saints out that way. And I think, to me, that's a more sophisticated explanation rather than it being a mere publicity stunt.
Yeah, and that also comes through in Brodie's book, is just how much the church in Nauvoo, Joseph Smith and the church in Nauvoo, were trying to play both sides of the political spectrum.
They were doing the same thing
Illinois,
locally.
Trying to get power, trying to manipulate the machinery. And they made a lot of enemies.
That's what made their position untenable, was going back and forth in their partisan loyalties.
And ultimately, it's just there's a very stark contrast between how the church wanted us all to believe that Joseph Smith was pure, innocent like a lamb to the slaughter. There's a really big difference between that and his last 2 years and how he behaved. His life was much more like David Koresh and the final days of Waco. That's more the way Joseph Smith's life ended than lamb to the slaughter, innocent as the pure driven snow, which is what the church wanted us to believe before and after Fawn Brodie, I think.
Yeah. Well, I see him as a very complex individual. I guess I'd be a bit more nuanced than you in that regard. I would say that he was motivated by his own ego, obviously, as you have indicated. But I still think there was this altruistic side that he was concerned for his followers. By this time, he had built up a significant following of people. He wasn't going to go just. I don't think he was going to be quite a David Koresh, because David Koresh, as did Jim Jones down in Guyana, tried to take his followers down with him. I don't see Joseph Smith in that as that, and I don't see him as that harsh.
No. I'm just saying it was closer to that than him being pure as the driven snow. He did leave Nauvoo on horseback as if to abandon the saints.
Yeah.
But ultimately he was convinced to come back.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he didn't bring the wrath of the army upon the citizens of Nauvoo. He gave himself up. So yes, he stopped short of being a full-blown Jim Jones and David Koresh, but I believe he took the Nauvoo saints to the brink of that possibility. I think it could have gone that way with just a few different decisions.
Yeah. Well, it's very, that's a possibility. That's for sure.
Yeah. So really quickly, I have a couple more just quick questions. I remember Bushman saying, I think in my original interview of him on Mormon Stories, that he actually found Fawn Brodie to be quite kind and even affectionate towards Joseph Smith in the way he read No Man Knows My History. So what are your takeaways for how Fawn Brodie, what type of job she did in capturing the man? Was it a hateful, I hate Joseph Smith biography, let's take him down? Or would you say Fawn Brodie felt ambivalent or mixed or even somewhat affectionate towards Joseph Smith?
I'd say it was an ambivalent. On the one hand, she was outraged by his behavior as it involved polygamy and I guess certain deceptions concerning things like the Book of Abraham and other aspects of the Book of Mormon. But at the same time, as I've mentioned before, she came to the conclusion that even though he started out as an imposter and he became convinced that he was he was a prophetic leader, that he was trying to lead his followers in a better direction in terms of their beliefs and ultimate salvation, because the doctrines he develops, and this is really not emphasized sufficiently in the No Man Knows My History, this idea of exaltation, of man being able to become achieve godhood. That's a pretty radical idea, and it really gives a much more optimistic view of what a person's ultimate salvation is, that you have this capacity to grow in terms of almost achieving godlike status. It's much different than Orthodox, evangelical Christianity, where you've got to get right with Jesus or you're going to go to hell. And he develops a much more limited view of those who will ultimately be damned. In many ways, I can see why Mormonism appeals and why people stick with the church, is this optimism that in the great beyond there's going to be something much better than exists, even for probably the most depraved of people, that they'll be better off. The only ones that will be thrown into some kind of eternal darkness or hell, if we want to call it that, will be a very few, very, very few. And so this expansive view of heaven is sort of like, but it's a very gradated view of salvation. It sort of reminds me of I always tell this story about getting on a plane for a plane flight, that there'll be a few people in first class. Those are the devout Mormons who have had their ordinances and all of that. They're going to get the first class seats. They're celestial kingdom, and then I guess there's a section in the business class for people who they didn't quite make the first class real comfortable seats, and then probably the vast majority will be stuck back in the coach seats, the more cramped seats.
Right.
But it'll be better than what will happen. And then I guess those who are really the scoundrels will maybe be in the baggage part.
Right.
I don't know.
Got it. So are you comfortable with the pious fraud kind of summary that Dan Vogel makes of Joseph Smith?
I tend to be more that way, because what Dan Vogel did in his book that Fawn Brodie did in his was acknowledge the religiosity of the man much more than what Fawn Brodie did, and I think that was to Dan's credit, that he believes that he was a pious man and perhaps believed and in what he was doing as being an altruistic thing, and so Dan has I'm much closer to his interpretation than I am Fawn Brodie's, which would be a conscious fraud, conscious fraud as opposed to a pious fraud. I think he either sincerely believed that he was a prophet of God or came to that belief, and that's sort of what's implied in Dan Vogel's book, as I best remember it. And so I guess I'm kind of in the Dan Vogel camp in that regard.
Okay. And I'm curious, in all your studies of Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon, how do there's always this argument that the Book of Mormon is just too amazing, it's too complex. Joseph Smith couldn't have written it. Where do you come down on how the Book of Mormon was produced? Well,
that's a much more difficult question for me to deal with, because I haven't studied the text and the context and all of that, the way the book was put together. Again, that was one of the great contributions of Dan, because he really came up with examples and evidence. I guess that's one of the strongest parts of Dan Vogel's book is his careful analysis of the Book of Mormon. So I would tend to probably agree with some of the conclusions that Dan has come up with, and because he really carefully went through that, as you're well aware.
So, but if you had to summarize where Joseph Smith came up with the Book of Mormon, what would you say?
Where he came up with it?
Yeah.
That is a much more difficult question to answer. Where and how did he come up with it?
You don't have
I really don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's amazing that he could produce such a complex, complicated piece of literature. I'm convinced that he wrote the book. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, but did he write it? What tools or what implements did he use in writing it? It clearly reflects unlike the Bible, which is written by a lot of different people and everything else. It's clear that it's got his. But how he was able to come up with it, I guess, who is it? Somebody used the term religious genius to describe. I guess it was. I think it was the writer, a non-Mormon writer, wrote a book. And I've got it on my bookshelf, non-Mormon, and I'm
the guy from Yale that basically
does classic studies. He does, and he
called Joseph a religious genius.
He calls Joseph a religious genius, and in fact, he spoke at an MHA. I think I was one of the people that encouraged them to invite him.
So, do you think Joseph wrote it alone, or do you think he had accomplice? You don't know.
I don't know. That's a hard question to answer.
Do you remember liking Grant Palmer's book, An Insider's View of Mormon Origins, as an explanation of how Joseph Smith came up with the Book of Mormon?
I haven't read that all that carefully. I just read parts of it.
That's never been a big deal for you.
Yeah.
Okay. One last question, then, Kara, I want to hear what you have to say. If somebody, I know that as a historian, you try and be really measured and objective, and I think that's a beautiful thing about scholarship and historians. like, it's hard for me if I'm just trying, like, I just want to figure out what happened and what's true as much as the evidence will allow, and how to interpret it in a way to really get a sense for Joseph's character. It's hard for me not to come away from studying Joseph Smith's life without concluding that in some way he was kind of a sexual predator in terms of the way that he acted regarding polygamy and young women and other people's wives. Is that for you? I know that you might eschew or not even want to use such a term. Do you think are you comfortable with that type of characterization?
Well, I think it's overly harsh. I guess I would say, like a lot of people who gain power, whether it be political or religious, I think power can be a powerful aphrodisiac. I think in Joseph Smith's case, I think that may have been a factor as he gained more and more of a following, as he gained more and more legitimacy as a religious leader. Like other religious leaders, like other people who have gotten involved in sexual improprieties.
But we're talking 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, that part is, that is a little bit, that goes down.
And using his power to intimidate people and to say, you have 24 hours to accept this proposal or you and your family will be cut off from, that gets in the realm of using his power to pressure young women and their families to become his wife.
I think he perhaps had maybe an oversex libido. I mean, I think it was maybe me, as I say, I don't know if I'd go and call him a sexual predator per se, but I would say that he certainly used his positions of power and authority to further his, sexual activities, whether, and I guess that's one of the things that really stood out in Todd Compton's book. And it's interesting, in quoting Fawn Brodie, I don't know if there is where she is convinced that she uses a somewhat harsher term and describing Joseph Smith's polygamy. And to me, it was one of the things that really jumped out in the biography. And I gave the quote somewhat extensively, and I think I need to quote that maybe as a concluding coda, where she's confronting Joseph Smith's. Here we go, and this I think really sums up the way that she felt. She was morally outraged.
What page of your book?
It's on page 89.
Okay.
And I'll read it. I think polygamy was disguised whoredom, but the disguise was so good that it metamorphosized the system into something quite different. After all, the difference between fornication and sacred matrimony is merely a few mumblings from any mangy justice of the peace. The word is the thing, after all. Most of the polygamist women were very certain that it was a commandment of God. Read the Revelation again, and that's Doctrine and Covenants 132, and see how shockingly specific it is. Unless, and he's quoting out in quotes, she quotes the Revelation itself, unless a man enters this covenant, he shall be damned, etc. And so I in a way, I think that he was using, I think that he becomes convinced that polygamy is a commandment of God, and is able to create maybe a guilt-free attitude in his own mind. He didn't see him. I don't think Joseph Smith saw himself as a sexual predator. In our terminology, we would see this as going over the line. I mean, really as something that is completely inappropriate. And I think that was, and Bushman, in his own way, sort of acknowledges that. But as I say, that's why he didn't want to go into a lot of detail on polygamy, because it's such it it's such a sordid aspect of what happened in the church. Like you say, underage girls and women that were married to other men.
And the number 40, 30 or 40 people.
30 some odd. I think that's
it's not just a couple potential affairs. We're talking about 30 or 40.
Yeah, and that was a total that Todd Compton came up with. Yeah. So I guess I didn't really answer your question per se. Do I consider him a sexual predator? I guess I would see him as taking advantage of an opportunity of his position. The way that certain other, evangelical preachers, I mean, people like Jim Baker and who's the other one when they had
Jerry
that
Falwell.
Jerry Falwell. Was it Falwell? I thought it was not
Ted Haggard.
These other ministers who have taken advantage in the other way, and perhaps convincing themselves they're doing it in the name of God. I'd put Joseph Smith in that category.
Yeah, it's complex because on the one hand we don't want to call him a sexual predator. On the other hand, we're all agreeing that he used his power and influence to coerce young women and other men's wives to have sexual relationships.
But the interesting thing is, as the reorganized church, as a community of Christ, he was able to avoid having offspring with these other women. And that was one of the things that Fawn Brodie was really trying to find is were there offspring from these other relationships, and wasn't able to come up with any at all, and that kind of perplexed her. It's just, gosh, I wonder if after all the maybe he didn't have sexual relations. It's interesting because there are scholars out there today. I mean, Brian Hales. I don't know if you're familiar with his scholarship, and he's one of these guys that doesn't think that there was any sexual relationship particularly between these women that were married to other men and younger women that they didn't produce any offspring. So they And I think he goes a bit too far. He makes Brian Hales is very much of an apologist. If you want to categorize somebody, he would very clearly fit in the apologetic category.
But every prophet after Joseph Smith, sex was an integral part of the polygamy. So why does anybody want to say that all the prophets and members of the church after Joseph Smith were fully engaged in every aspect of polygamy, including the sex, but somehow we want to say with Joseph Smith and his wives, but then we have so many of his own wives after he's dead signing affidavits saying that they had sex with Joseph Smith. So to try and create these exceptions with Joseph Smith, I think is just wishful thinking.
And theologically, I mean, it fits in with the way that the introduction of polygamy fits in very much with the way in which Mormon theology was moving by this time. The emphasis of the pre-existence of bringing these spirits into the world and creating what would be your own kingdom in the hereafter. You're going to be a god over your own world with all of this offspring. I mean, that was the culmination of Joseph Smith's theological development, was this whole idea of eternal progression, where you not only become a god, but you're going to have all these offspring. Yeah,
and that's what Ed Decker was trying to capture in the God Makers. It's an inconvenient truth. Kara, how else did you want to? Anything else you wanted to ask Newell or say to Newell?
The last question I had, we already covered this completely, maybe we have, is I always heard that the main criticism of No Man Knows My History is that Fawn Brodie did try to psychoanalyze a little bit too much, like you're mentioning with the Nixon biography and the Jefferson one. What's your perception of that criticism?
Well, I don't think her Joseph Smith biography is the least psychoanalytical of all of her biographies. She was holding back. I mean, she did a lot more of that with her later biography than she did with Joseph Smith. So I think it was a mild degree of psychobiography, like I try to do in my biography of hers. I don't think she psychoanalyzed Joseph Smith any more than I tried to psychoanalyze Fawn Brodie. I mean, so I would say that that's probably not a completely valid criticism.
And even if she did try and mix psychoanalysis into her history, in your mind, does that undermine her effectiveness as a historian?
No,
her
I think
credibility?
psychoanalysis can be a useful tool. I'm speaking to I'm preaching to the choir here, of course, but no, really, I think it can be a very useful tool if it's not used excessively. I mean, some people go really crazy with it, and it becomes almost a distraction rather than a supplement. I think it's an essential tool.
But putting aside the psychoanalysis, her history is top rate, correct?
I would consider that No Man Knows My History is a seminal work. I think it has its
historical
flaws,
work, yeah.
as I've noted, and it has its shortcomings. But for what she had to work with, in terms of the sources available, and you have to remember the fact that when she wrote that book, she wasn't even 30 years old. She did the research and writing when she was in her 20s. Think about people today that are in their 20s. How many people do you know would be capable of doing a masterful piece of scholarship like that? I mean, I know I wouldn't.
As a stay-at-home mom.
As a stay-at-home mom looking after Richard. I mean, that's kind of interesting too, but we didn't even get to that point about her children, how they turned out. That's kind of an interesting...
Did they do okay? Or?
Well, two of the three really did well for themselves. Pamela ended up having a career with the Sierra Club. She's been very much of an environmental activist.
Nice.
Bruce Brodie became a clinical psychologist and developed a successful practice. And their oldest one, Richard, or Dickie as she called him, or Dick, he was the biggest disappointment. Things did not turn out well for him. He never really found who he wanted to be or what he wanted to do. I mean, that was much to her dismay because Richard, the oldest, was perhaps the brightest of all of the three children. Bruce had more difficulty academically, but he was the hardest working. He was like his mother. He persisted and worked hard, but Richard had the brains, had the intelligence, had the ability, and did the least with it. He turned out he recently passed. He was exactly my age. I'm an exact contemporary. I thought it was kind of interesting. Here I was. When I was doing the research, I got to interview all of the children. I interviewed the three children. And if you read my thing that I wrote on my affair with Fawn Brodie, you'll see how I interrelated with the people. So I guess I don't need to repeat it here because you probably don't have the time or the patience to hear about it.
Well, we can definitely put a link to that article as well in the show notes.
Yeah, because I think they'd find that interesting. My affair, I'll say one thing. After 13 years of working on Fawn Brodie, my wife was so damn glad to get that other woman out of the house. Because, I even had dreams of being with Fawn Brodie. I mean, it was like she said she had dreams of when she was doing Thomas Jefferson. She became very enamored with Thomas Jefferson, and her husband Bernard said, I was so glad when that damn man was out of the house. And my wife said the same thing about Fawn Brodie.
So you never got to actually meet Fawn Brodie, is that right?
I corresponded with her.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I talk about that a little bit in this article.
Fun.
That we carried on a correspondence when I was working on my first book. I mean, she critiqued my manuscript on saints, slaves, and blacks, because I approached her by virtue of her Can We Manipulate the Past, the speech she'd given up at the University of Utah, and I knew she was very interested in the race issue, and I actually contacted her, and she carefully read my manuscript and gave me a good critique.
That's great.
Yeah, so she was very...
That's great. All right. Well, Newell, we want to have you back. Isn't Newell a treasure, Karen?
Yes, I do love this stuff. I really, really do.
Yeah. And Newell, you just know so much, and you said 7 or 8 books. You're so prolific. And we want to have you back to talk about, blacks in the priesthood. I would love your take on the gospel topics essays. I would love to have you back to talk about Harold B. Lee and his role in the church. Yeah, Brigham Young. I would love to hear your highlights of 10 things we should all know about Brigham Young. And then, of course, you're working on another book right now.
Eldridge Cleaver. I'm doing a
Tell us about that.
Eldridge Cleaver.
Do you know who Eldridge Cleaver is, Kara? Yeah, you want to give our listeners
a little bit on Eldridge Cleaver. One of the more interesting, when he joined the church, I mean, he was a Black Panther. He was a leader in the Black Panther Party, and he had been an ex-convict. And when he got out of prison, he'd written. Yeah, he was born in Arkansas. The family migrated, ultimately settled in Los Angeles, and he got involved in a life of crime. His early years. He spent a great deal of his early adulthood in prison. And while in prison, he read voraciously, extremely bright. I mean, we like Fawn Brodie. The guy just had
like Malcolm X, and
and he ultimately wrote what became a very famous book about his years in prison and what it was like to be a black man, called Soul on Ice, which became a national bestseller. I mean, it put him on the map as one of the most prominent black spokesmen during the late 1980s. And
late
1960s.
There we go.
60s.
Yeah.
The late 1960s. In 68, he ran as the presidential candidate for the Peace and Freedom Party, the newly formed Peace and Freedom Party. And in the meantime, he was... the Black Panthers were involved in a number of altercations with the police and everything else, and he got involved in a shootout with the Oakland police, and they were going to send him back to prison because he was on parole for having been released from prison earlier, and he fled the country and lived abroad for 7 years. Initially he was initially lived in Algeria. Then he ultimately ended up in first Cuba, then Algeria, then France. And at that point, he went through a complete transformation from being an atheist, a Marxist, a Black Panther. He all of a sudden became a born-again Christian. And he came back to the United States and was idesied for the conviction of the shootout in Oakland. He did a lot of community service and stuff like that. And in the meantime, as I say, he became a born again Christian, initially evangelical, and then he was attracted by W. Cleon Skousen and Reed Benson to the Friedman Institute that was going around giving strong anti-communist speeches. And he had a good friend who had been a former Black Panther who had become a Mormon convert, a guy named Carl Lober. And that introduced him to the church. And then he was ultimately baptized.
What year?
In 1982. And
yeah.
Can you imagine that? I mean, here he was considered the biggest, the baddest of the Black Panthers, and he becomes a Mormon. At the time he was baptized, he was the most prominent Black Mormon. This was before Gladys Knight. And I wrote an article that was published in Dialogue, I've got a copy of the article, which I'll leave with you. Where I talk about his passage through Mormonism, because he didn't stay active. He was baptized, and there's a big deal made about it, and he spoke at stake firesides and stuff like that. But it's sort of sad because his life went downhill. After that, he became addicted to drugs, and he died at the age of 62. And he was still a member of record. He was still a member of the church at the time he died. I had the opportunity to interview him. When I was doing this article that was published in the Journal of Mormon History in 2002. Cool. And so after I did the Harold B. Lee biography, how did I decide to do a biography? Well, I mentioned to Gary Bajera, I'd be interested in, if you're interested, I'd be interested in doing a similar short biography on Eldridge Cleaver, like the one I had done on Harold B. Lee. And he says, gosh, yeah, we'd be very interested in that. Great. So that's what I'm working on right now.
Well, God or heaven or whoever bless Signature Books, because they, along with Sunstone, along with Dialogue, along with the Journal of Mormon History, Mormon Historical Association, Signature Books has been a really important part of helping us come to see the church in a more honest and open, transparent light. So bless you, Signature Books, and bless you, Newell Bringhurst. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And we want to have you back. Right, Kara?
Yes.
Do you want to have Newell back?
Of course.
All right.
I'm blessing. I'm bowing.
Okay. So Newell, hold up the book. The book is Fawn McKay Brodie. Hold it up a little more. Fawn McKay Brodie, A Biographer's Life by Newell Bringhurst. That one's published by University of Oklahoma Press, but by all of Newell Bringhurst's books. That's fine, Newell. And Newell, you're a treasure. You're a legend to us. We're so grateful for everything you've done, and bless you in your 79th year. And may you have another 20 years at least of Mormon scholarship. And we hope to have you back on Mormon Stories to share with us more of your abundant knowledge about Mormon history. Thanks, brother.
Well, thank you.
All right. And Kara, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. We started real early today, and I was worried I was going to be tired, but no, Newell brung it.
Newell brung it. And a shout out to Matt.
A little play on words there.
Yeah.
And a shout out to Matt Harris. We love you, Matt. We want to have you back on Mormon Stories, and you do great work, Matt Harris. And I don't think I would have interviewed Newell without my recent exchanges with Matt. Not because Newell, I didn't think you were awesome. It's just, I don't know why it wouldn't have occurred to me, and that's why I'm so glad we're helping the world get to know Newell Bringhurst, just like we tried to do with Sandra Tanner after many had kind of forgotten her contributions as well. So thanks, Newell.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
Thanks, Kara. Take care.
Yep, thanks.
And we'll see you guys all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Go to mormonstories.org to donate. If you value this kind of programming, please become a monthly donor. Give us your feedback at mormonstories@gmail.com. And please spread the word about this. And please buy Newell Bringhurst books, support Signature Books, support Benchmark Books, and support Mormon scholarship and dialogue, because this stuff's important. Bye, everybody. Take care. See you guys all again soon.